You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? It is Friday. Time to relax. We got through the week. What is happening? Looks like it's a little quiet out there. Hold on. What the heck? Why is that looking like that? What? No. Make it clear. Am I blurry? I'm not blurry, am I? I don't know if I adjust the camera pretty. Yeah, there we go. It's better. What's happening, everybody? Who's out there? Let's talk. Talk to me. Oh, of course, the first one had to be you. I really don't even want to talk about it. I don't even really want to talk about it, but I know it's going to get brought up. We're going to have to talk about it. It's just not the way that you want to see it end. That's big time. What's going on, Luke? Got Jason here. Hello, Mom. What's going on there, Mr. Abel? Good to see you. Ahoy, hoy. That's right. DC Phantom Eve, man. Right on the eve. As a Dodgers fan, props to your team. Hell of a squad. Let's do it again. I know. Let's do it again. And let's fire some of those umpires, especially the guy behind the plate, man. Jeez. What's going on, Rhett? Good to see you, buddy. Ugh. Well, Film Junkies here. Hail. Oh, we got Mr. Nicotine Andre. How's it going, buddy? Let's have a happy vodka stream. I know. I'm ready to do some drinking after that. After last night. Jeez. Tell you what. Man, I tell you. Yeah, fire all those umpires, please. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's also on Peacock. Yeah, I know. I don't have Peacock, but I wanted to see it in the theaters. But, it was what it was. Nothing too crazy. Got Mr. William Powell here. Italian, good to see you. Manifesting. I'm sure we'll get something. Some kind of footage, I think. I think we're going to get some costume reveals, but we'll talk about all that. What's going on, Josh? How you doing, Mr. Valle? Drinking it up. Drink it up. Manifest. I'm going with the Smith Works today, guys. American-made vodka from the Heartland. Water from Lake Fort Smith. Corn. Let's see. Yeah. Water from Lake Fort Smith. Corn from Kansas, Missouri, and Oklahoma. So America. Ugh, I need a big drink after last night. Jeez. All right. Yes, the game sucked. Now, I'm not saying that the Giants would have came back and won, but that was a bullshit fucking call. That was bullshit. Okay, that was not the way to end it. It was just. It just left a bad taste in your mouth. He clearly did not go around. Cheers, guys. Happy Saturday. Friday. Not quite there yet. He clearly did not go around. But at the same time, I can internalize and say that the Giants weren't playing like the Giants. But then again, the pitching was top-notch. And pitching both sides was top notch. It was a lot. There's a lot that was happening with that game. I had a feeling it was going to be a pitcher's duel, and it was. And then all of a sudden, I know Bellinger just all of a sudden had to be get a quick bat going on in there, right? Jeez, I tell you, it's ridiculous. But that's just not the way. When it got to the ninth and Scherzer came in, man, I tell you, I was I was not confident. I didn't feel confidence. It's never good when you don't feel confident in your team that had the best record in baseball. Isn't that weird? But I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling the vibe. Wasn't really feeling the vibe when going into that last inning, and it just didn't work. And then just to go out, just to have the last out be a check swing that was clearly not a check swing. And mind you, this umpire was calling bad strikes on both sides, mainly the Giants, it felt like. But there was a lot of questionable calls. I hope that guy got reamed. I don't even know who was behind the plate. I hope he got reamed and just got a highlight reel of all the balls that he called strikes yesterday. Ugh. It was gross, man. Don't give me this karma crap. No, give me this karma crap. Fucking Dodger fans. Just swear, you Dodger fans. That's why I just was all right, I'm not going to check my Twitter. I was I kind of left. I didn't want to be on Twitter because, damn Dodger fans, I tell you. Not my mom or my dad. They were pretty cool. They were all right. They were fine. But man, I tell you what, I was seeing stupid. Yeah, I just see some of this stuff on there, and I'm like, yeah, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Tell you. As the Braves, yeah, well, I'll be rooting for the Braves. I'll be rooting for the Braves. I might be. I don't know. Maybe. And again, you know, I'm one of those people that would I could just be like, all right, all right, if the Giants aren't going to do it, then fine, I'll let the Dodgers do it. Dodgers might do it. I mean, I think that was going to be their most, if anything, that might be their most challenging. They might power through the Braves pretty easily. Not easily, but they might power through the Braves a lot easier than the Giants. You know, just imagine if that was a 7-game series. Whew, man, I tell you. Yeah, the Braves, they might power through them pretty easily. Root for the Braves. What's going on? Man, but it was just very disappointing. Very disappointing. That was just not the way I wanted to, you know, to go out like that. It was just that just left a bad taste in your mouth. I mean, if it was the opposite, come on. That would have been god awful to go out to lose a game like that. Terrible, terrible, terrible. But you know, what can you do? Next season. The good thing is everybody was ruling the Giants out from the get-go. They were ruling them to be like one of the worst teams in baseball, and they ended up getting the best record in baseball. And talk about a dramatic finish to the season. That's for sure. So what's going on? We are Venom. What's up, bud? Braves are going to blow a 3-run lead. Oh, that's right. Are they playing right now, or what's going on? There's like what's the score right now with the first game of the championship series? Let's see. I meant to check that score, but I was in such a rush. That's why I don't have the Vodka lounge set up today because, well, I mean, I went and saw Halloween Kills. I went and saw Halloween Kills right after work, so did that. Got some food. Got the bottle, and then I recorded that video for the Batman stuff, the Fandome stuff that came out. So I had to get that going, and then of course post all that. So I just didn't have time to set up the lounge. Not to mention, you know, we're not going to go too late tonight because there's a long day tomorrow, guys. Definitely a long day tomorrow. It's 3 to 3, huh? Yeah, there's definitely a long day tomorrow. I should have set it up before I even, you know, but I'll be like I said, 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, an hour before DC Fandom starts. I will do a pre live stream. We'll just like lead into it. Maybe I'll do it 9:30. I don't have to do like a full hour. So we'll just lead into it. So probably 9:30 Pacific Standard Time, do a morning live stream to do like just get in there. Just get in there and see. They'll probably start teasing stuff right away. So yeah, we'll start it at 9:30 tomorrow. So look forward to that. I'll set that up and get it ready to go. Siike. All right. Joined the stream. All right. I get my tweet going here. All right. But yeah, we'll do that. And I'm not going to do it. Like I said, I'll be doing reaction videos to a lot of things. I'll probably be doing a roundup video of all of, you know, the information that we got. And then we'll be doing the roundtable on Real Anarchy at 5 o'clock my time. And then right after that, we ain't stopping. We'll be doing some Batman the Fanimated stream. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a lot of fun, though, you know. So a long day of streaming and videos and reactions and just hopefully a bunch of cool shit. All right. What's going on, man? What's going on, Movie Watch, man? How you doing? Let's get my guest in here. Guest is a good buddy of mine. You can find his channel, Siike And Destroy, Siike. Siike And Destroy. He does a lot of coverage on comic books. Specifically, he, of course, has the most knowledgeable person I know about Venom. So, of course, naturally, since Venom just came out, I've been wanting to have a full-on conversation about it with him. So, welcome. Siike, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, dude? Thanks for having me on, man.
No problem. How you doing?
Good. Hey, chat, what's up? How's it going, Mama Film Junkie?
Yeah, that's right. She's out there. Always out there. How you doing tonight?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. Like I said, I just got done watching Halloween Kills right now.
Yeah, I saw right before the stream started. I actually went and watched your first impressions.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You go for the kills, right? And there's some good kills for sure, but they were trying to do things in the plot that I was kind of going, oh, what? All right, fine, it's fine. It's like, what could he do?
Yeah.
But the kills were good. It's gory. It's fine. John Carpenter did the music with his brother, I believe.
Cool.
So they kind of amplified it a little bit, I guess you could say. It just, for some reason, it sounded a little bit different, a little more, I don't know, a little more harmony to it. I don't know. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. So, but anyways, how you been?
I'm hanging in there, man. Surviving like Batman.
Yeah, pretty much. How's Florida treating you?
Good. I lived here long enough now to where I don't complain about the humidity anymore, but I still hate the shit out of it.
Oh God. Well, at least we're getting into the winter months and it's going to start cooling off a little bit.
Sure.
Because
winter weeks here.
Winter weeks, yeah, makes sense. I mean, that's the one thing about back east, because I'm an Alabama-born boy, and visiting there, I've visited there too. When my dad was still stationed there, and then even in Texas. Yeah, it just gets sweltering. The humidity sucks. I mean, say what you want about California, at least it's a dry heat.
Yeah, so dry that fire happens.
That's true. Sadly that's true. That is the downside of it. But yeah, man. So, yeah, I was noticing, keeping up with your channel and stuff. How's that going? How's the channel going?
Good, man. I thought for sure when the movie got pushed back, like it kept getting pushed back, I was like, well, this is where my channel dies. I was like, I started coming up with all these backup plans. I'm like, let's do this. Let's talk more DC. Let's talk about Ghost Rider. Something's gotta, but I can't stay away from Venom. Like I set out a goal to cover all 30 plus years of the comics and do the cartoons and the video games. And we're so close to the end now. We'll probably have literally the entire history of Venom talked about in episodes by the time we hit episode 750, and we're about to hit episode 700. So we're pretty close, probably to the end.
Episode 700. There you go, guys. Make sure you guys subscribe. Siike and Destroy, the Venom vlog, 3 episodes a week. Go check it out. A lot of good content. It's all about the content. I know. Every time, like when stuff comes out, you kind of go like, well, what's next? I had that worry too when Batman vs Superman came out and I was covering the shit out of that. It's like, well, what's next? Well, Justice League. Cool. All right. And then the whole drama behind that. And then when that came out, it's like, oh, gotta just kind of revamp everything again. It's always like a constant like tweaking of a lot of things. It was like, all right, this is what we got to do next. This is what you do next. And, you just got to find that rhythm, find that place, I guess you could say. And it seems like you have. For anybody who doesn't know the history between me and Siike, Siike actually reached out to me a while ago. This is before Justice League came out. And he posted a video saying that he had an extra ticket to the premiere of Justice League and wanted to invite me. And so we got in contact with each other. And it was funny because it was the same day that I already had a press screening to see it on the Warner Brothers lot. So I was like, all right, I could try, but I'm going to be over at Warner Brothers. And if I can make it over, where was it at again? It was at the...
It was right next to the Man's Chinese. There was like the Kodak Theater.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't like the Chinese theater, but I knew it was like close to it. So then I rushed over there, but then sadly it was already too late. Spotted him in the crowd though, wearing rocking some Green Lantern gear, which is cool. Yeah. And then it was kind of funny because I already saw the movie and I was kind of like, ew, it was a funny night because just watching everybody walk in and just kind of go, did they know? There's Cavill. Does he know what he looks like in the beginning?
Yeah, you were a good friend by we didn't know each other. I think I was under like 500 subscribers at that point on YouTube, and I was just kind of getting a rhythm on my channel. I hadn't really I think I just started the Venom vlog, and I just watched your stuff. Like there was a lot of, because the thing is I'm not as big of a fan as of like the Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman as other people are. But what I liked about your show was that I never once felt like when I was watching you that you were like, hey, you're an idiot for not liking this. Like I was like, oh, this guy seems pretty like laid back. But then when I got the tickets, I was like, well, now I feel like a big like asshole because I'm not a fan and I got invited to go to the premiere. I go, the karma wise, I was like, the only way I can like feel good about going is if I bring someone who deserves to go. And so that's why I made that video. I was like, I need to bring a fan. And I was like, well, the only person I don't know. He does a YouTube channel that I watch. So yeah, that's kind of just was like, I was like, I'm sure it's creepy to invite someone online, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I don't really have like a lot of friends outside of the jobs I work, so I'm just kind of like, this is the only thing I can do. So it was cool because you were really nice about it, and after you saw the movie, you didn't text me and go run. Like you're like I'm not gonna ruin his night. He's dressed as Green Lantern, for God's sakes. Like, let him have his fun.
Yeah, it was an interesting night, man. I mean, just and then not seeing Zach there too, and it just was all like, I remember just the drive home being like, whoa, this is weird, because and then it's funny because you always try to be as optimistic as possible. And, I've said it many times when I got into my car and everybody's waiting for the first reaction and I'm going, what do I say here? I'm like, what do I exactly say here? And I was like, I just was as vague as possible. And then I did a follow-up video too, that at the place, I just sat down I think I got something to drink, like a coffee or something. And I sat down at a table and just recorded like a follow-up and just being like, guys, I just have a lot to talk about with this. I don't even really remember what I said, but it was quite the night. But yeah, I didn't want to just be like, dude, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to ruin that experience. But yeah, that's our little backstory. And then even before the pandemic started, we actually got together before you moved and had some lunch and had an awesome conversation. Man, that was like a long conversation, which tends to happen.
3 hours. Could have been a podcast. Yeah,
could have totally been. I know we were just missing microphones.
Yeah,
but that was like right as the pandemic was starting. So the place we went to, I mean, it was empty, and the atmosphere was kind of weird at the time because it was like, what's going on with all this? And then sure enough, right after that, like right after you left, everything started locking down. That was crazy.
And it was because I saw you, and then like 3 days later I moved to Florida, so it was like really quick. But yeah, that's our backstory. But I actually look to you a lot. Like, I look to your channel a lot and just see the stuff you put out. And what I like about you is that you're like me in the sense that you have a full-time job and then you'll still make these videos. And so I relate to that because like there will be nights where I'll work like extra, work will keep me late and I'll be there a little later. And then I'll come home and then I'm like, oh crap. Like tomorrow, I work from 9 a.m. to about 8 p.m. maybe 9 p.m. tomorrow. So I'm gonna come home and then have to do all my reactions to all the DC fandom stuff,
man,
and then cover any Gotham Knights video game news and like, and start posting them, and having them scheduled to go up all day Sunday and Monday while I'm at work again. So yeah, I'm not gonna sleep tomorrow at all.
Oh man, I know it's a grind. I know I was even like I said, I got like 3 live streams, reaction videos, probably like a full on what all happened kind of video. Yeah, it's gonna be a long but fun day tomorrow for sure. But sometimes there's just times where you're beat, you don't want to do a video or something like that. But I don't know if this happens to you, but sometimes I start like having arguments with myself, like, no, you got to do a video. You didn't post a video. And I'm like, no, I'm tired. It's like one of those where literally I could have like, the devil and the angel on my shoulders and just like, and I just constantly am like, and then sometimes I'm like, you know what? Stop it. Put on something, relax, pour a drink. And then I'm like, yeah, let's just relax. Relax. But sometimes, it gets to a point where, I mean, and sometimes when people, when I've talked to people about like keeping up the content with their channel, sometimes it could burn you out a little bit. It can really burn you out when you're trying to just constantly get the content out there, and it could be rough. Like sometimes you just got to like, oh, all right, I'm taking a day, night, couple nights and just kind of relax, just you can't, you start, when this starts feeling like a job, that's when it's like, okay, no, thank you. Because I love doing this, but then there's times where it feels like a job and I go, okay, I need to just take a break, recharge the batteries and just kind of get back to it. I'm sure you've gotten to that point at sometimes, huh?
Because I didn't have a passion for Venom when I started the Venom vlog. I just like Tom Hardy. So
Who
so I
doesn't?
was like, well, I like Tom Hardy, and Venom, like I like the character fine, but I wasn't like I don't I certainly, like you said earlier, like if I was an expert on anything right now, it'd probably be the character Venom. But
I know.
but even still, like I always say, it's just my opinions on stuff. Like on my channel, I try to tell people like, hey, if I give my opinion on something, that's all it is, and like don't think it invalidates your opinion. And the reason I started like handling things that way is because of like your show and like other people like you, like Jose, because I'll creep in and watch some of their stuff sometimes. It's people who will like love something that I don't have a passion for on their
Mhm.
level, but I like listening to it because I just get addicted to that passion they have. So I'm like, oh, you know what? This is cool. Like they're like me. They love something as deeply as I do. And like I always say about DC stuff, especially because there's the people who love the DC movies, like the Zack Snyder movies and stuff. Which I'm not a hater of those movies, although I did have a friend of mine when we covered DC Fandom last year who is a hater, and I think I think I had a couple people from your channel that subscribed to me, and then they commented unsubbed, and I'm like,
Oh no!
and I'm like,
Oh, don't do that.
I'm not saying these things. My friend Gene
Yeah.
is. Like I appreciate what Zach did, because for me, at the end of the day, like I always say this because I've worked in comics, I've worked in movies, like for Batman and Superman to live 80 years, you need someone like a Zack Snyder to come in and give his version of it and give his vision on it and take it in a direction that makes long-term fans maybe uncomfortable, or just they just don't like it. Like you need that because the characters can't live for 80 plus years if they're the same. Like Superman didn't fly in the original comic. If someone who created the radio show didn't come along and add that to it and kryptonite, then we wouldn't even have the Zack Snyder version either. So
Exactly.
everyone needs to put their spin or additions to it, and that's the only way it lives on. So for me, I was working at Top Cow, I think, when Man of Steel came out, and my supervisor there, who's very smart, Matt Hawkins, he was a really great guy, great at marketing and writing, and super awesome dude. We had lunch or breakfast, I think, the day after that movie came out, and he was like, we were talking about work, and we were just like stressing out, and then all of a sudden he just goes, you know what? Let's stop talking about work. He's like, did you see Man of Steel last night? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, what'd you think? And I go, it wasn't my cup of tea, but I didn't like it. And these are the things I did like. And these are the things I may be critical of. And these are the things I maybe didn't understand. So I might need to see it again. And he goes, I fucking love that movie. And he goes, I've been working in comics for 25 years. I've never once liked Superman ever. And he goes,
Wow.
but this movie made me like Superman. And just hearing that, that's when I was like, okay, I'm no longer am I going to get in these silly arguments online with fans. This movie converted a guy who hated the character. And I go, there's nothing more powerful than that for someone who just loves the character than new recruits, So that made me go, okay, dude, like that was a big like lesson in conversation for me. Is hearing him say that.
Yeah, I mean that's the way you got to like approach things, and it's getting to a point too now. Now that the Zack Snyder's Justice League came out, and I mean obviously yes, we all want more of that, some of that, but at the same time,
I like that movie, by the way.
Yes,
I don't know.
yeah. I mean, I know you're a big Cyborg fan, and
yes.
I mean what he did to that character
Ray
with that character, he killed it, totally nailed it. I mean, it's just when Zach said he's the heart of the movie, he's the heart of the movie. I mean, he really is.
Yeah.
And there's just, I mean, I don't know. About when I first watched it, I mean, about 5 times I almost cried, and probably like 2 or 3 of them were Cyborg scenes. I mean, geez, it was just, because it was just, the tragedy of that, and just the way that Ray Fisher, his acting in that was just so great. But I mean, like, like now that that's out, but I'm, so now it's like, I want more, but I also can look forward to the Batman, the Flash, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's coming out that it's, I'm a DC fan and I can't help but not be excited for it. Yes, I know there's stuff that sucks that happened with Warner Brothers, sure, but I'm here trying to support the newer filmmakers. I'm supporting Matt Reeves. I'm supporting Annie Muschietti. I'm supporting all those guys. And but before we start diving into the DC fandom stuff, Venom. Let's talk about Venom. Because, I know you posted like a spoiler review today. I haven't checked it out yet. And you were in the chat last week when we kind of started talking about it, but I was like, no, I want to save you for next week, man. And
that's okay. Well, yeah, because I didn't. You text me, and I was like, oh man, am I supposed to be on tonight? I woke up at like 1 a.m. freaking out, and I came in the stream, and then I was sitting at my desk here watching, and then I just went, boom, and my head hit the. I fell back asleep.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I know. I was just hitting you up to be like, oh, I want to get you on next week.
Yeah.
So your thoughts? Let's talk a little bit of Venom, because you kind of got a sense of where I was at with it. I think after kind of watching the first one again, I think I like it. It's weird because there's things, maybe it's just like things I like more about the first one, but then I really dug that final act, the final fight between Carnage and Venom. I thought it was cool. And there was a lot of good. There was like a shot where it just like, there was like an echoing just, and I was like, geez, that one like shook me to the core. And I'm like, there you go. This is what I'm liking right here. But so overall, thoughts?
Well, I rated it a little higher than the first one. I think the first movie I gave a 7 out of 10 to, and this new one I gave a 7.5 out of 10 to. So it was a little better in some areas. I still have similar criticisms than I of the first as I do for the first movie, but the one major thing I didn't like in the first movie was they had really good actors like Michelle Williams and Riz Ahmed, and I felt like they weren't on the wavelength Tom was, filming wise and acting wise. They like Tom was very energetic, and he was, obviously that's the character in a way, like his interpretation of the character, but he was I felt like just in a different movie than everybody else. Everyone else felt like they were trying to play it a little too serious at times. And I'm like, you can give a little bit, except I think Mrs. Chen and the guy who plays Dr. Dan, I thought Reed Scott, I thought they were both like near Tom's level as far as silliness. But the second movie, I felt like had a lot more. Like Woody Harrelson was definitely hamming it up. Naomi Harris was hamming it up. And I felt like they were kind of embracing some of the schlock that goes along with some of these movies. And I like the tone. I like people. It's funny because I always argue what tone actually is and what actually means when I talk about it on the show. Because I think everyone thinks, oh, tone is just, it has to be serious all the way through, or it has to be scary all the way through. And to me, like the I guess the emotions of the movie should be like, tone is like a visual thing to me. But like emotions, it should be like real life, where 1 minute you're laughing, the next minute you get a bill and you owe $800 and you're pissed or sad. And like, that's how life is. And that's what I kind of feel like these movies are. It's just a range of emotions all thrown in. And it's just whatever these actors are wanting to bring to that particular scene. But I think at least in this movie, Tom took a little bit more from the first movie of what people liked, or feedback he got is like, hey, you're being a little silly and goofy, and the relationship with you and the symbiote is great. So that definitely was their focus in this movie. But again, some of the other stuff still fell a little behind. Even though Woody and Naomi were, up in their ham, I still felt like the movie itself still struggles from, some narrative clarity at times.
Yeah,
for sure.
There definitely is. The first scene when they established their relationship, it was like, it was so like quick. And then I don't know, the execution just, for me, it was like, oh man, and I'm going like, the first thought was like, that's not what Woody Harrelson looked like in 1996. He was making movies in 1996. I'm like, you're trying to make him look like kind of like a teenager or something like that. And then, instead of doing the de-aging thing, they just decided to get younger actors. Then put the voices. And I was like, ooh, we're off to a rocky start here.
Our voices change as drastically as our faces sometimes. And so when I was hearing Woody's voice, I go, what the hell is happening? So that was definitely a bold, creative choice. I'll say that. Yeah,
definitely was.
That's for sure.
Yeah. It's like, it just kind of just was like, what? Wait, what's going on here? Like you guys, like I guess all the VFX budget went into, the Venom and Carnage VFX, because you guys didn't want to go with just like doing some de-aging. It's just kind of funny. And then it's like, we had that conversation last week of, well, why don't they just get somebody that was younger? Woody Harrelson, even though he's aged gracefully, but at the same time, it's like, why not just choose somebody younger? But at the same time, it helps to have his name attached. And like I said, a lot of his scenes, I mean, he was having fun with it. You could tell he was having fun with the character. He definitely was. I think I would have preferred like a little bit more. See, because I like the scenes with him and Tom, just by themselves, and that whole aspect of it. And I kind of wish there was like maybe just I don't know how they could have fleshed that out just a little bit more, or just done something a little bit more with that, because when we get to the end and Cletus says like, I just wanted your friendship, and it's kind of like, oh, okay, did you really, or are you just a psycho? I couldn't like exactly get it. And I'm like, maybe if they would have had a couple more scenes, him visiting him. I don't know. I really don't know how they could have just like maybe fleshed that out a little bit more.
It's funny because Sony's an interesting company, because I used to work for Sony like many years ago, and they're interesting because I feel like at times they'll hire people that are semi fans of the material, or they at least can research enough to like understand the material to an extent. But then they make decisions where it's almost like they go, okay, you wrote the script and you're acting in it and you're directing it, the material, but it doesn't all come out for the movie version. Like they're like, oh, well, if you've read the comic, that. And it's like, well, yeah, I know, but you're making a movie now, so you need to add that to the movie version so that other people who don't know that stuff know why it matters to these characters. They do it. They're really egregious with it in the Milla Jovovich Resident Evil movies, where they're just like, see, it's so and so, and you're like, yeah, but that means nothing to me if he's not doing anything that character would do. So like, so Sony's very egregious with it, and it's funny that they're consistent with it too, no matter what franchise they do. Like even the newer Spider-Man Marvel movies, which I'm not even a huge fan of those. Those also feel like they rely a lot on, hey, the comics, right? And it's like, right, but tell a story here, like fill this in a little. So so the Venom is definitely fast, and when I heard Andy Serkis say that, oh, we intended it to, that did calm me down a little bit. I was like, okay, well, if this is his vision, but not to call the guy a liar, but obviously you got to say things for interviews. But when I watched the movie, I was like, there's literally scenes that just stop, and then you'll hear like an ADR line like carry it over into the next scene, and you're like, okay, that
feels like
that's not anyone's vision.
Band-Aid.
Yes.
That's
I
was
vision.
feeling it.
Yeah, exactly.
I was feeling it too, and I'm just like, I mean, there was just times where I'm like, all right, but we're already what? Okay, are we just rushing to the finish line here? Are we just like, I mean, because when you get to that final act, when you get in the fact that they fight, at a church, and of course, and I did like the dynamic too of the fact that you have Shriek, who when she screams, that drives the symbiotes crazy. So there was that whole struggle right there that I was like, oh, that's a cool little, obviously that adds to the whole dynamics of the relationship, because now he's got this, and now there's like a struggle between Carnage and Cletus now, which is very interesting. But then there was like, I think Scott brought up some points of like how in the source material, Cletus and Carnage are more of like, I mean, it's all about because you have Eddie and Venom just kind of saying we are Venom, and then Carnage kind of just like I am Carnage or something like that. There's something with that kind of tagline.
Yeah, they're 100% bonded in the comics. Yeah, because it's like a sliver of Venom as like an offspring, if you want to call it that, gets into his bloodstream just like it does in this movie. He drinks Eddie's blood, which I actually kind of like that. That was kind of neat. Shows he's psychotic and how he gets the suit. So I like that change, but still, I mean, the suit is Cletus. It bonded on a DNA level with him. So in the point in the movie where the suit's like, all right, I'll give you what you want, and then then I'll kill Venom and we'll go our separate ways, or whatever the plan. Like Carnage didn't have like a clear plan, and I was kind of like, what's he doing? Like, what's he want to do? And then when they're like, oh, they're not a perfect match, like at the end, I was like, what? Like, yes, they are. Like, and so there was a couple things in this where I'm like, they'll put little things like at the beginning when they're younger, Cletus and Francis, Shriek, they're like a cell apart, and he runs like a wire through like a string through the thing to deliver like a note, like a love note to her. And what's neat about that is in one of the Ravencroft comic, I think it's like Carnage Mind Bomb or something, one of the one shots, Carnage actually sends the sliver of symbiote through a pipe to go and like communicate with someone or kill somebody. So I was like, oh, that's a neat little nod before he even gets the symbiote of like using a pipe to deliver a message. And then there's like other scenes like that throughout the movie where I'm like, oh wow, like for example, everyone's like, oh my god, I can't believe they kill Carnage in the movie, and I'm like, well, Cletus is dead, but Venom eats Carnage, but that happened in the comic books. So like he full on rips the suit right off Cletus and eats it. So I guess Carnage could still be in there. I was actually thinking of one of my favorite times Carnage bonded with someone that wasn't Cletus in the comics is when he bonded with Ben Reilly, Spider-Man's clone, and he became Spider Carnage. And I was like, well, that would be cool if when they meet, when Tom Holland and Venom meet, that would be really cool if this Carnage suit came out and made Spider Carnage versus Venom. That would be a cool fight.
There you go. What'd you think about that post-credit scene? Mid-credit.
Pretty lazy. Probably one of the laziest ways to deliver that scene. But hey, I mean, limitations and COVID and all these things, whenever they shot it, like I get it. And they probably had to wait to, I don't know how soon that was approved. And obviously Disney's got to say, okay. And I think after Venom 1 made like nearly $900 million at the box office, I think Kevin Feige was like, shit.
Like, I'm sure.
He was like, all right, Amy Pascal, have your fucking crossover.
Oh, I know. I'm sure he's just like, there's probably meetings at Marvel Studios that have none of the Sony execs where they're like, Jesus Christ, we can't get these guys off our back. Why can't we own this whole freaking franchise ourselves? Damn it. Yeah. I'm sure they're just like, God, they're part of them kind of hates the fact that they had to share this stuff with Sony. And then Sony's like, hey, we got some stuff brewing up over here. You ever heard of Morbius? It's right, Morbius.
Kevin Feige's like,
exactly. So I got to fit him in there too. Like, yeah, we actually want Michael Keaton to show up in Morbius. How about that? And you're like, fuck, fine. I guess you can have him in your movie. Shit. I know it's probably, oh man, there's probably, Kevin Feige's probably had some choice words about like Sony behind closed doors. I wouldn't be surprised.
He's probably over here like working on his big plan for like phase 4 and 5. And then like, they're like, sir, Amy Pascal's calling again. He's like, let me figure this out. And I'll work her shit in afterwards. Like
tell her I'm out to lunch, Jakes.
Yeah.
Oh man, the struggle. Yeah. I mean, the scene was, I mean, obviously it did what it did because, I'm opening night in a big theater, probably about 70% full, I would say.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, the theater just erupted. It erupted.
Same mine. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's exactly what it was meant to do. Yeah. I didn't think it was like, oh my God. Like, I mean, I already had a feeling like, and I avoided all the leaks. There was a couple times where, yes, it did come across my timeline, but I just skipped right over it because I'm like, I don't want to see it. I know it has to do with Spider-Man.
Sure.
I obviously we knew that was going to be the case. But I was just like, it was interesting because you got Eddie and Venom like in bed and they're talking, and then he just goes like, well, hey, just show me like a little bit of what you've seen.
Right.
And so when he does it, and then all of a sudden everything goes haywire. And it's like, okay. And I know there's like some people that had the question of like, was that Venom that did something, or did it was just happen to be a coincidence when that's the exact time that we're going to see in No Way Home when the spell gets
coincidence.
Yeah, it's a coincidence. I know some people were like think that maybe Venom like had some kind of, but then at the same time, Venom knew who he was.
Which doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
He's like that guy, and he licks.
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, I'm like, is there any kind of sense to that? Because I felt like, okay, well, maybe, I mean, he's very knowledgeable. So maybe he has some knowledge of the multiverse and something with that. Could be something with that. I don't know. But at the same time, I was just kind of going, okay, how does he know that guy? And licks the TV screen.
Yeah. And I know some people are like, "Oh, they'll explain it in the next movie." I'm like, "No, they won't." Like,
nope,
no, they won't at all. I mean, I guess we don't know. The thing is, the world that Eddie lives in, we don't know what's in that world really. Like, we don't know if there's, because I know some people theorize that Andrew Garfield's in that world as Spider-Man, and and there's different things like that. But even still, the Venom symbiote landed. And just went right to Eddie almost. So it wouldn't really know, I guess the rest of the world. So I don't know. Maybe they'll explain it in some way, or maybe like you said, the Venom symbiote can see into other dimensions or something. Maybe it's a power we don't know about.
Yeah, no, they'll probably just gloss over. They just won't mention it. You know, sometimes you do that. You set something up and it works, and then you just go like, "All right, it did its job." Just don't even.
Well, that's
just
Sony does that a lot. They're just like,
we'll
hey,
just
whatever.
retcon.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's gonna happen. But you know what? If we get them both together, cool. We'll see what happens. But
at the end of the day, that's all really most people want. Like I really learned doing the show how to see things through a mass audience point of view, and not
that's
as
what
like
you got to do.
and not as a hardcore fan. And I think I drive some people nuts who watch my stuff. They're like, dude, you're a super fan. Like, you know this stuff now. Like, why are you giving it a pass? I'm like, it's not that I'm giving it a pass. I understand that at the end of the day, most people just want to see these two characters together, and they don't really care on how they get together. They just want to see it happen. And I don't think there's anything wrong with people just wanting that. That is probably one of the most iconic pairing. I mean, like, I know Norman Osborn in the comics and Doc Ock are like the two biggest Spider-Man villains if you're a hardcore comic fan, but really to the casual person, Venom is the opposite of Spider-Man, the way Joker is the opposite of Batman. You know?
Yeah, my favorite Spider-Man '90s cartoon episode was the two-parter with Venom. I mean, I loved that two-parter. That was my favorite of that whole run right there. Anytime that I knew that, I was always funny too, because I think even like the opening credits, like the opening song, and you see everything. Sometimes there was like occasionally you'll see Venom like show up in that, but then there were like in the earlier episodes you didn't. So it's just like it was always like anytime you saw that, you're like, okay, this is there's a potential Venom that might be in this episode, because this was before we had streaming and everything, all the information of what we were watching, and we could just put it on our TVs whenever we want, kids. I used to just have to put it on and be like, what episode's coming up? Who knows? Sometimes we got to look in that TV guide.
I think the biggest debate, I'm glad you brought up the cartoon, because the last thing I guess I'll say on this, because I know you want to talk DC, and I'm sure I've been watching the chat, and I'm like, yeah, they're having all these great DC conversations. I'm like, I want to talk about DC too.
Of course.
But with Venom, you said you brought up the cartoon, and I always tell people, I'm like, Venom is a character for kids, and people get mad at me sometimes on my show, and they're like, no, this has to be rated R. To do Carnage right, you have to do it rated R.
We talked about this last time. I
think so. And the point I always bring up is, I go, well, there is one comic book that exists where it's mature rated that stars Carnage, and there's 25 years of comics where he exists that are rated T for teen. So my argument is always, no, he's a T for teen rated character. Like, whether you like it or not, like he just is. You can definitely interpret him to be rated R, like they did with Joker and stuff like that. But these are characters that, teenage kids should be able to go see in the theater, and that's how you're going to make money. Is they're going to think it's the greatest movie ever, and when it's probably their third movie they've ever seen. So that's how it is.
No.
I mean, that's just
even Tom Hardy in an interview like talked about that, and he goes like, hey, you can't, and it's understandable. And like sometimes we have to realize that, hey, this is not always for us, but sometimes you'll get a filmmaker that goes, nah, I'm going to do this. Like, I mean, we had 18 years of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Okay. And then finally with the very last movie, they're like, fuck it. We're going full on R-rated. It ain't going to be for kids. Let's do it. And it was fantastic. I loved it. Yeah, it's such a great movie. It's one of my favorite of the X-Men franchise. It probably could be even my favorite. I don't know. Like, it's definitely up there in the top 3. But it's like at the same time, I'm going, yeah, they couldn't have done this like the whole time, no. But they did. They kept improving on them. It was funny because when you go back and watch the original X-Men, you kind of go, okay, it's cool. But at the same time, they didn't go full on. And then I remember when X2 came out, that was when, like, because I think there was fan cries were like, hey, where's Wolvie Berserker? We need that shit. And then Singer was like, okay, we got to do Wolvie Berserker. And sure enough, when the agents storm the mansion while he's there watching the kids, and he just goes buck wild, and it's great. It's a great, fantastic scene. And there's just been many times where he's like done that, but then just to see it like full on R-rated, and then him just like impaling people and just blood and things everywhere, man, Logan was just on a whole other level. It's crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Logan's badass, and like I don't mind rated R interpretation of characters, but
yeah,
it's like they already set Venom up in the first one to be PG-13. And so leading up to this one, that was the question I got asked all the time. People were like, you were on the set of Venom 2. Like, is it going to be rated R? Is, do you know anyone? Like, did you ask Andy? I'm like, I don't know these people. I was like, I'm like,
isn't that weird?
I'm not the authority. I'm just a guy with an opinion on stuff. Like, yeah.
It's like you visit the set one time, take picture with Tom Hardy and stuff like that, and everybody goes like, "So did you talk to Tom about this?" Something like that.
No.
Like, I get that with Zach too. It was like, yeah, but Zach and I have exchanged stuff, but I'm like, the man is busy. Okay, just like there'll be times where like I'll send him a message. A week and a half later, I'll get a one-word answer, and I'm like, that's it. That's all I needed to know. I don't need to bug the guy. He's fucking working on like, 3 universes right now. I don't need to bug the guy. But it's just, it's always like people are like, oh, yeah, you're in the know of like, I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just a dude that just happened to just get a little lucky with something,
And that's good. So, I'll be honest with you, as someone who watched your show for years, like when you had that one-on-one time, and then when you were like, oh, yeah, I can, I messaged him and he messaged me back. I'm like, I honestly, like, I don't know. I'm not part of like I know there's some drama in like the sphere of, Zack Snyder stuff. I don't really pay attention to it. I really just watch your show. And like I said, sometimes afterwards I'll check out Jose stuff and I kind of lurk in the background. But I'll like, when I'm watching, when I saw that information, I was like so happy for you. I was like, this guy like loves Zack Snyder, loves what he's done to these characters, these amazing DC characters. And now he gets to talk to him. Like I just was, it was so awesome to see. Like it's cool. Like people like us who are just fans, we do these shows and then we end up meeting the people we're a fan of. And then they turned out to be amazing people. Like, how awesome is that? Like we are very lucky. You're right.
Dude, it's surreal. It's surreal. Like, I mean, the times that where I'll just be like, where the fact that he would just pop up, I'll just say, if you want to show up tonight, and then all of a sudden he'd just show up, or, just reach out just because something there's like a article that came out like before Snyder Cut came out, some article coming out that was just kind of slamming things. And all of a sudden I'm just like, I'm having him in my ear and we're having a conversation about it. And there was like times where I'm like, what is happening? Like I'm on my phone, like, what is happening right now? I literally have one of my favorite directors. What the, it's like, I'm talking to him. I mean, like, and then he's showing up on the show and it's cool. And it's just like, it's a very surreal thing. It's definitely a surreal thing, but it's just, you almost like go, wow, that's how far it's come. And it's just, it's very interesting when that happens. And then when I saw like, I remember when you hit me up saying you were going to go up to San Francisco and go to the set. And I was like, damn, I wanted to go with you, but I was like, I can't. And then when I saw that you've met Tom Hardy and then the fact that the video of him saying like your Venom vlog, like he knew about your channel. I mean, that's that kind of stuff too, where I was like, I literally was like, dude, that's so great. The fact that Tom Hardy, because he's one of my favorite actors working right now too, who's starring in this movie, and he knew about you. He knew your YouTube channel. That was awesome.
So the reason he took the role even was because his son was a Venom fan. So his like 10-year-old son was like, I love Venom. And he was like, oh, he's like, okay, I guess I'll look at the script again. And that's when I think he brought in or asked that they brought in another writer, which was Kelly Marcel, who came in and punched up the first movie. And then she was the sole writer of the second movie. So like, they're just on the same wavelength, the two of them. They became really good friends. And she emails me sometimes through her assistant, and which is awesome. Like, so again, like meeting these people. But it's cool to even be noticed by them, because really, I took an interest in this project and this character because of Tom. And then that led me to really discover that there's a lot, like we talk about comic book characters on our channel a lot being on a hamster wheel. Like a lot of writers and companies don't let them really evolve or change before they reset them, because they need them back in the original sandbox for new people to, view them. And what we noticed about Venom is that Eddie Brock and Venom constantly jump off their hamster wheel. And I was like, that's amazing. Like there's not many characters in comics that aren't in a perpetual loop. Like he outgrew Spider-Man, like one of the biggest superheroes on the planet. It's like, that's his solo movie made almost $900 million. And no matter how you feel about it, that shows you how powerful the brand is.
And then even during the pandemic, it kicked ass. I mean, I mean, there's no other way to look at it. I mean, obviously we can't look at box office numbers like we did, pre-pandemic, but the fact that it, like after Shang-Chi came out and was like had some good momentum. Even Black Widow, I guess you could say, had a little bit of that too. But just the fact that came, and then all of a sudden Venom comes out, and it's just like, boo, 90. I think it was 96 domestic or something like that.
Yeah, it was 90. Yeah. It was 90. It was just Joker has the record for 96 for October. Oh, okay. So it was just shy of Joker, and that was a pre-pandemic movie. So that character, that brand, and the hope of Carnage, I think was big. And obviously I'm keeping an eye on the box office. So I'm making those videos now for this movie. So, which is kind of nice, because I know that's normally what I watch your channel for too, is to see your box office coverage. So it's nice, because I'm like, okay, Dave normally mentions this kind of stuff, so I should probably look for that and research that. And so yeah, it's fun, like learning and growing from each other. But the character is just, he dictated where my show went, and I honestly never thought, like, I give up on a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, that's what I like about the character of Venom, is like, I'm kind of a loser myself. I mean, I'm sure there's some people in your chat that would agree with that statement and think that of me. I know there's some people that show up on my channel sometimes and agree with that, but to me, I don't care, because like, I never really care about what people think about me. Like, I have been surviving brain aneurysms for 11 years now. Actually, I had a surgery 2 weeks before I went to that set, and if you see me in pictures, I'm wearing my helmet, like, and Tom signed it. Like, that's how fresh out of the hospital and recovering I was. And they were like, "You want to drive for 8 hours up to San Francisco?" And I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, why not? And they're like, I'm like, dude, I'm only gonna live once, and I'm moving to Florida. Like, this is the end. Like, I'm nearing the end, and like, I want to do these cool things before the end. And so I just, it was awesome. So yeah, when people come in and they kind of like troll me or something, I usually just have fun with it, because I don't care.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah,
you gotta have fun with it.
Yeah, like, I don't care if people make fun of me. I'm like, that's fine. I'm very make funnable. I got a punchable face. Like, I've heard it all before. So I'm like, you're not gonna insult me. Like, or it's not gonna really get under my skin that much, because at the end of the day, I love talking comics with people, and I love talking about the differences in comics. Like, I don't think there's a lot of channels out there that focus on the difference of opinions we have. And so that's what I kind of started, steering my stuff towards, is like, okay, if you have a different opinion of me, if you downvote me, tell me what your opinion is. Cause I want to grow as a person, and I want to kind of see this through your eyes. And it's been fun. So I'm just, it's been a great run on this show. And
it really has. I mean, and like I said, when we first met, you were like, around what, 500, and now you're like at like 20,
doing Transformer reviews. Yeah.
You're at like, you're at 2.79. I mean, it's crazy. Like how, you just put in the work. You just, and
you told me,
like, that's the thing.
Don't be discouraged. Just keep doing it.
That's what you got to do. And you just got to find your groove. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and I even just like recently, I'm like, all right, now that I got to like do it like this. And that's where I started going like, hey, well, if I'm going to be doing a lot of live streaming, maybe I should break that up, put it in different segments, just for the people that don't want to watch an entire live stream to get to one topic. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have topics during the show. Let me just break them up in their own videos. And
I like that. It seems,
a lot of people have actually expressed that, like either in DMs or whatever. They're like, I appreciate that, because I can't catch the live shows, and sometimes I don't want to hear you talk about your day or the Giants for like an opening live stream or something. Sure. So the fact that they could just pick a video, or like, oh, I want to hear what you had to say about that, and I'm like, yeah, there you go. I mean, that's why I was like, all right, that was because I kind of toyed with it for a little bit. But then I went, nah, maybe I shouldn't do that. It feels weird. But then I went, no, that's the way that it, let's just do it like that. It's, it's simplify it, optimize all that, and then just keep grinding. But I remember, I was just like, don't let the stuff discourage you. You just got to find it. And, it seemed like you did. And then all of a sudden Tom Hardy was like, Venom block. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about right there. I mean, it really is.
I had a guy, I'll tell this story real quick. I reached out, because sometimes what I'll do on the show is, I notice a lot of people on YouTube talk about movies, but they don't actually know how movies are made. And I'll be honest, I've worked on movie sets and TV shows and everything for almost 2 decades, but I don't know everything about making them, and everything. It's always case by case. Every movie's different. And so I started breaking down what jobs are on movies. So I'd be like, all right, this is what this kind of producer does, and this is what an editor assistant does. And I'd make little episodes for Venom Vlog, explaining what one role of a movie is. And I did this one, or I tried to reach out to the guy. He was like I think like a visual effects consultant or something. I did as much research as I could, and I couldn't find anyone else that had that job that broke down what that job was. So I just found the guy's email and I emailed him, and he never got back to me. So what I did was I took what little bits I saw, and then I made a video on it, and it was real short. It was like a 6-minute video, and it was up, up on the channel. And then like 6 months later, I get a email from this guy, and he says, "Take your video down or I'm taking legal action."
What?
And I go, "What video?" I'm like, "Who is this again?" And then I went and looked, and I go, "Wait, that's that guy emailed like 6 months ago." So I wrote him back. I go, "Why are you threatening me? Like, why don't you talk to me? What did I do wrong in my video?" And he said, you spoke too positively about me. And he goes, "And that could ruin my career." And I said, "Oh, well, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to like miscategorize your job." I go, "But I did reach out to you, and I waited a whole month to hear from you before I made the video. I just went off of what information I saw. But in the video, a couple times I said, I think this is what happens, or I think this is what the job is. But a couple times, I guess I sounded too definitive of what the job was." And I said, "Well, I try to avoid that on my show, and I'm sorry if I did it. I mean, I have brain damage, so but I'm trying not to use that as an excuse. I like when people treat me normal. So like, and I try to, present myself as normal. So I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. I'll take it down. It's not the end of the world. I don't mind missing one Venom episode. I'll replace it. I did like an episode 0, and I just replaced that one episode. So I'm like, it's fine. I'm still, it's not the end of the world. I go, but I reached out to you. I was like, so now that I have you, will you call me? Like, can we talk? I'd love to like just have you. And he called me and just spent the whole conversation just bashing me. Like he was just he was like, "Your show sucks. Like you don't research anything. You don't do." He's like, "I hate YouTubers." Jeez. Basically, like he was like, "No one at Sony is going to give you the time of day. No one cares that your little show exists." And then like I think a month after that, I was watching Venom 1 with Tom Hardy sitting right behind me. And then he did the intro for me, and was the nicest guy. And then when I saw him on the set, he's like, "You're the Venom vlog." And his stunt double, Jake Tamori, was like, "Oh my God, can I get a picture with you too?" And they treated me like royalty. And I was like, this is the nicest thing. And like Kelly Marcel, the writer, wrote me. And I've had other people that worked on the movie write me and stuff and message me. And I'm like, fuck that guy. Like, but it was just funny because that was just, I remember that being something that got me down. Like I thought I had done something really wrong, and turns out the guy's just a D-bag,
Yeah, I know. I mean, I've dealt with some of that too, where I'm like, where I've gotten hit up by people, and I'll look at things too, and I'll be like, because there's been times where maybe I approach a subject and I was like, you know what, I didn't approach it that well, and I actually had somebody scream at me. I won't say who he is, and I was like, you know what, and I said, you know what, you're right, dude. I did not. I wasn't feeling this video. I didn't even want to even talk about this.
Sure.
But but then there's been other times where I've done, I've said some things about certain things, and then I've had somebody, in my DMs screaming at me, and I'm like, hey, everything I said was true. Okay.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. You know what? Take it or leave it right there. But we are going to start talking about some DC fandom stuff, and we're going to bring in Mr. Steven Colbert has shown up. What's up, sir?
Hey, what's up?
What's going
on? Sir.
What's up, Siike?
How are you, man?
Good. I always love it when you're on the stream because I know it's gonna. Yeah, yeah. It's like because you're like in these circles and talk about these things and like the way we like to talk about them, but far enough removed that it's not like you don't have the same like fandom circles and stuff that devolve into the same conversations that we tend to devolve.
That's
into.
What I like too.
Mixes it up. So I was excited when I saw you were the guest.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Whoops.
Also, and then also, Steven really loved Venom too. I know.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. We talked about it. I mean, you know what? Even Steven and I, like, I think the night of, we were messaging each other, and I just was like, that first thing was like, oh, it was cut up to shit, and then Steven, you said like, oh yeah, the opening scene was like, what, and I think we all can agree that opening scene was a little whoa. But then when it started getting into the stuff and a lot of the things that happened, I mean, and I totally get it. I mean, like I said, the Venom and Eddie stuff is just, that's the great stuff. That's the heart of it. And then them breaking up essentially, and then Venom doing his own thing. Yeah. I mean, it was great. That was the good part about the movie. It's just some of the other stuff.
Yeah. Well, and something you brought up tonight that I don't think we touched on last week, but we may have touched on like in DMs, was the whether or not the Carnage or the Cletus, like, I just wanted to be your friend thing was earned. And I think something interesting about that was, I think the question there is whether or not it was Andy's intent to paint him as sympathetic, or if the point was like, oh no, this dude's a lunatic. Yeah. And like, you're not supposed to, like, that is supposed to ring hollow. The notion that he just wants to be your friend is laughable. And the fact that there is no development is because look at the world.
It was
today,
like a troll.
Look at how disingenuous people are with just like the debate me or like you get stuff like that, and it's like, you don't want to debate. You don't want to be anyone's friend. You're just saying that like Cletus never wanted to be his friend. Cletus was always trying to manipulate him. Cletus was using him to get coverage, to influence people outside of prison, or and always had sort of disingenuous motives for him. And maybe he truly believed that he just wanted a friend, but I don't believe for a second that, and I have a hard time believing that they were like, well, the important thing is that people really feel for Cletus Cassidy, because like the system, I think the system definitely hurt him, but also they established, because what did they say somewhere? He's like, I just wanted a family. He's like, you had a family, you killed them.
You killed them all. Yeah,
true. And I did appreciate too that little like sketch drawing of showing like the backstory of Cletus. It's like,
that was great.
Yeah, I mean, they could have went deep into it and like fleshed it out, but I was like, nah, I didn't want them to do that. Like, as much as I wanted more of the Eddie and Cletus relationship to be more established, I didn't want them to go full on like, let's see why Cletus is batshit crazy. And I thought the way that Circus did the whole like cartoon sketch thing and it kind of showed that, I thought that was actually pretty perfect.
Well, and even like the editing, that I think that for me, that the whole opening, for a variety of reasons, was like very Whiplash, like wow, what are these characters? This is so fast. Why is this so like insane? And then as I got further into the movie, you look back on kind of how insane that was, and you're like, oh, they were just kind of breaking the ice there. Like, oh, this is what this movie is going to be, because it was so fast and so like irreverent almost about like, and so who knows if that was the intent, or if that was like, maybe there was a 2.5 hour movie in there that they cut down. But I do think that compared to other movies where they have a similar mandate, I think that the energy of this final cut, like for example, you look at Justice League as the example of movies that get cut down. Even the heavily reshot and recut version, it's clear there's a 4-hour movie shoved into a 2-hour movie.
Right.
In that, because of how just truncated and fast it is, and that's including heavy reshoots to simplify that story. Whereas this feels like, some scenes could have been a little bit longer, but like the energy and the pacing makes sense. And I think that gets to that question of like, would more time to empathize with Cletus, or would more of the Eddie Venom stuff, like, would that be a 2-hour movie where you're like, okay, here's another Eddie Venom scene? Yeah, and that's the last thing you want, is
but
people
that would
having.
Be, like you said, that would steer it in we want sympathy for this character. But I think you're right. I think at the end that's supposed to ring hollow, because it's like the evidence is there for the movie. It's like, oh, I want a family, okay, but you killed your grandma and your parents, and then you kind of like shriek, but then you bonded with Carnage, So to me, I'm like, I do feel like it's maybe on some level he was like, oh, it would have been nice to have these things and be like a normal person, but I don't think he really meant it. Like, I think Cletus. That's what I was saying earlier about how they just hope you know the source material, because it's like, while you're watching that movie, if you know the source material, you start getting frustrated in those scenes. Yeah, you're like, no, he's crazy. Yeah,
makes sense. No, it makes sense. We're gonna be joined by another individual, Mr. Anthony ACS. What's up?
Hello.
What's going?
Oh, I like.
How you doing?
Oh,
yeah,
appreciate it.
Look at that. Got the Black Adam. You're ready for tomorrow, aren't you?
I'm so ready for Black Adam.
Well, the fact that he looks like he could be the stuntman for, Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, I was going to say, when are you going to do a full-blown Black Adam cosplay?
Dude, I know. That should be your very first cosplay.
I am working on the cosplay. I'm working
it was a while back that you posted you replicated like an Instagram photo from The Rock or something.
Yeah.
And you posted it. And it took me, like, you said there was people were reacting to it, and I can't remember what the caption was. I remember looking at it forever being like, I don't understand why everyone is being so tongue-in-cheek about this photo of The Rock. And I was like, oh, did he Photoshop Zack Snyder's Justice League poster into the background? Is that what everyone's freaking out about? Until eventually, I think I saw the original. I don't remember the whole process, but I just remember like, oh wait, that's Anthony.
Yeah, it was the when The Rock he posted a picture of himself. It looked like he was working on something in his office at his laptop or whatever, and I was challenged by Meg to recreate it. So I was like, yeah, I'll see what I can do. And then I started looking. I was like, yeah, I can do this. Like I can literally recreate this shot. And
the framing and the angle was on point and everything too.
You can thank my wife for that shit because she had the picture, the original one, and she was, as she took the picture, she was like, yeah, looking at it from back and forth. But the only thing I had to find was the his Zoa, the energy drinks. That's the only thing I had to find because he has like 9 of them sitting in that picture. And so like once I found them, she's like, oh yeah, we can do this. But yeah, it's that was crazy. I can't believe I was able to pull that shit off.
I can't wait for the cosplay, but yeah.
Speaking of which, there's some Black Adam first look stuff on The Rock's Instagram.
On Instagram.
Right
yeah.
Oh, did he just post some stuff right now?
Yep.
What?
I know. See, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, what else?
I'll give you one. I'll give you one guess to what he says in it.
Oh, the hierarchy, whatever the fuck.
I saw.
I'll be honest. I don't even have my audio on, but I see a clip of him standing there like this, moving his mouth, and I'm like, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
I think I saw that one earlier.
I can't wait till he's allowed to say something different about this movie.
The hierarchy of the DC universe. Yeah, I know that whole thing.
Yeah.
He's been saying that since 2007.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, huh? Jeez. So what? This right here tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Compares to this.
Pierce.
Oh.
What a great choice for Dr. Fate.
That's awesome. Look at that. Show some of that Black Adam ass.
Yeah.
He's about to change.
What's that movie? Was it Half Baked? He's like, hey, black ass.
Well, that's cool.
That's cool. I can't wait for Hawkman, too. I'm such a Hawkman fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Well, and Aldous Hodge, that's who it is, right?
He's great. He's so great.
It's so cool. And he's one of those actors where, like, I hate engaging in the DC versus Marvel stuff because I don't like pitting the brands together. There's so many things that have spun out of that in fandom that's gross. But just in terms of like creatively where he is, I'm so glad that he did not get scooped up by the MCU. Maybe he will, still. But he's one of those people who you're like, oh, you're going to be so much more allowed to be something so much more different in like this, for even regardless of DC and Warner Brothers and their issues. You know that you're gonna get something different from him here than you would have on that.
Well,
side
just seeing him post pictures of working out, he goes, I've been in pretty good shape, as an actor for the past couple of years. He goes, but holy shit, working out with The Rock is different.
Yeah. Well, and that's like a DC mainstay now too. Which it's mainly from like the Snyder stuff. But I mean, even
you gotta look like a god.
Even Shazam and Birds of Prey and stuff. All these actors posting. And once again, MCU actors do that also. But like, I don't know, it's something different from the DC actors. Like you get the black and white. Like look at I think the closest thing Marvel really does is like when they have the body transformation reveals, like the Kumail or the Chris, Chris, which one of the
Hemsworth?
Chris's is it? No,
Hemsworth?
No,
Evans?
no. Chris Pratt. I was gonna say Chris Pine.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, it's Chris Pete. Chris Pratt.
So many Chris's.
or even when they did the Ant-Man reveal, that's kind of their big thing. Is like, oh wow, these people's bodies have I have never seen them this way before. Whereas with DC, it's just like, oh no, they've always been buff, but now they're really buff.
Well, like I remember Christian Bale, like he was doing The Machinist, right, when he got cast as Batman, and then he completely transformed. And I love hearing the audio commentary on Batman Begins where Christopher Nolan, he's like, yeah, so Christian Bale showed up and he was like 250 pounds. He was too big. He couldn't fit in the suit. And he's like, "Hey, you're Batman, not Fat Man, dude." And he's like, "Well, I've been eating pizzas like to bulk up and running across."
Oh, I know, yeah.
And he's like,
it's funny too
this is not how you got to do it.
It's funny too because even like Christopher Nolan says in like interviews, like if you watch like behind the scenes stuff, he goes, when he chose Bale, he basically had to pitch to Warner Brothers this dude that is 125 pounds right now. He's like, I had to sell that to him. And then Christian Bale goes, I was just basically just eating meat and potatoes. And he goes, I just got big like a bear. And they were like, no, okay, we gotta trim you up a little bit.
It's crazy though, because that even preceded like the age at which superhero actors were expected to look like superhero actors. I feel like maybe Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, oddly, was like that first, like after he transformed and they like do the muscle shot.
Sure.
But because at the same time, that was like Hugh Jackman had like a dad bod in the first X-Men.
Well, he was cast like 2 weeks before he started filming.
So he couldn't even get into big time shape.
Right.
But I mean, in the second one, he looked
all right.
He's in the second one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. But you still have that like that was still relatively like the notion of, because I remember even seeing Bale when he did the he drank the, what was it, like he downed like a matcha tea or something like that. And then a green smoothie, and then just dropped and did the push-ups. And I remember seeing that and it registering like, whoa, this dude is built like Batman. And not that like that's still big by today's standards, but I remember that was still a new enough like, whoa, these guys have muscles.
Because like Keaton, Kilmer, Clooney, they didn't like, I mean, they were like, they were like
in it.
Yeah, they didn't have but it wasn't like a requirement to be like, oh, you gotta like guess what? You had to gain like 25 pounds of muscle in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So well, here's your shots and
your
steroids.
You know that Pattinson is gonna have a shirtless shot, but also I doubt that comes out before the movie is released. Also, he doesn't seem like that time. Yeah, he's not gonna Instagram it, right? And I feel like it's not gonna be a part of promo. So I feel like whatever his I know that there's some drama around whether or not he actually committed to the workouts and stuff like that, but I'm willing to bet
that drama pisses me off. It pisses me off because like you watch The Lighthouse. The guy's in great shape for the Lighthouse.
You know, two things about him is that he loves trolling.
Oh yeah, I can't wait
in interviews or whatever outside of movies. So you can't take any of that with total validity. Even in like the Twilight commentaries, he's like jacking around. And not that I've listened to those, just the clips that I've heard. Really, you should watch Twilight with the director's commentary. It truly elevates the experience. No, but so you know that he's a troll. But then on the other side, you know that he commits like wholeheartedly to his roles, which so I even if it wasn't for the entire shoot, I do believe he put in the work to like, they have that peak day where it's like they dehydrate themselves for a week. I know he did.
Jackman does.
Then I know they got that shot, and then maybe after that he let himself go. But the point is, whatever the shirtless scene is, that he executed on it, and so the internet is going to break as soon as they get a glimpse of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I remember hearing about how like Jackman would like, you have that set date, so it's like, all right, I'm gonna dehydrate, and then and so then all my veins are fucking popping out. Like it's just like Jesus Christ. Like when you see that shot of him in Days of Future Past, I would say that's probably his most ripped right there when he travels back and he gets up. That's like probably his most ripped he's ever been, and it's ridiculous just how much it.
And there's also medication you could take that will make you just piss for days straight.
Yeah, like bodybuilders do that before.
Exactly.
Like Zoa.
It was through meeting, meeting bodybuilders who are friends and telling me about how they prep for competitions. Then also I interviewed the guy who did the stunts for Ares in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and he talked about the 4-month process of it's like he's a bodybuilder and a stuntman, and it was the most peak he's ever been. And I think Zach told him he wanted skin like paper, veins like worms was the description of what the character was going to look like. And even that was on screen so briefly that he didn't even get credited as anything but like a stunt credit, which was some controversy. But it's when you know that like that is the level of work going into it. That was always one of the things that made me soften a little bit on the going back to Bale when his audio leaked from the Terminator set, realizing like, oh, not only is this Christian Bale who like commits himself to these roles so hard, but also he's in the middle of a role where he's going through like a body transformation where he is so probably dehydrated. He's been prepping for this for months. He's like really in the zone and this like elevated, intense escalation of this character. And then he's trying to shoot this like intense scene, and the lighting guy is like, no. Yeah, exactly. I got to reference that every week now, just because I know you've got the drops.
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
I know. I'm never getting rid of those drops at all. No, but like, yeah. But I mean, just what that, I mean, even going back to Tom Hardy, I mean, he talks about how like his body transformations have also been, you know, what's cool too about, somebody mentioned this, as Venom was coming out, somebody mentioned this too. It's like, you know, anytime that you have this superhero, damn, sorry, Ben, I know you're backstage. Come back. I was meant to bring him in, but I kept on like, you know, getting distracted with things. But no, like when somebody mentioned like how, you know, he did get in shape somewhat for Venom, but at the same time, did he have like his glamour shirtless shot? No, he always looked like shit. He always looked like shit in a hoodie and sweaty and weird looking, you know, and he never had like his, I mean, even like when Paul Rudd, you know, Paul Rudd was like, oh, you gotta show your abs at least one time. And so he gets this one little glamour shot in Ant-Man. And, but yeah, even though Tom Hardy like takes it seriously, I mean, the body transformations that he had like throughout, like from Bronson to everything now. I mean, it's just Jesus Christ. Warrior was insane.
Yeah,
that's where he was like his best shape right there.
He's insane in Warrior and definitely like the superior physical specimen. But the thing that always was crazy for me about that movie is how Joel Edgerton was able to like stand toe to toe with him and not look like a joke. Like those guys put in work for that movie. Like I love that movie. So, but can we do a Warrior stream? Let's just let's just talk about Warrior. Turn this ship around.
Yo, also when you, because I have Warrior on Blu-ray and shit. Like if you watch the special features, like the training that they show on that is ridiculous. Yeah, it's obviously the shit, it's like coordinated and whatever because it's a movie, but the training stuff they put in there when you see them, like when they both come in, you see them come in one shape, but then as filming progresses, you know what I'm saying, their shape gets better and better.
Tighter,
yeah. That's one of my favorite movies, and watching the behind the scenes just made it even better.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy what they did for that movie. But yeah, I mean, I know how Tom Hardy said like he's like, yeah, man, kind of effed up now. You know, now that he's in his 40s, he's like, shit, I've done a lot to my body, and it's like
he had. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say he had 2 knee surgeries like 3 weeks before they started filming Venom 2. He had both knees. He had surgery on them. So yeah, he's like, yeah, he's very aware of his age, and that's why he trains a lot with Muay Thai and I think like jiu-jitsu, I think. And the first Venom vlog episode I did, actually, episode 1 is me reacting to him working out to play Venom. And what I love is people were like, I don't understand. He worked out and did all that stuff for Venom, but he's not like Eddie Brock bodybuilder like in the comics. And I said, yeah, but you also have to get insured when you do a movie. You have to get like, people have to insure you that you can do some things. You have to have good stamina. Because there's going to be scenes where you're walking or running down the street, or him. He's like, you know, that whole deleted scene where he's like twitching down the street, like that takes energy and focus, and he has to do it numerous takes in a row. And so it's like, no, you got to work.
Not always for the glam.
It's not always for
right.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, yeah, there's a lot of that, but at the same time, I mean, even with Hugh Jackman, it's like, yeah, he gets his shirtless, glamorous shot where he goes, look at how fucking jacked and ripped I am. But at the same time, he's doing a lot of physical stuff at the same time.
it also is so influential on the way you stand and hold yourself and like the way your clothes fit and everything. And that was something that I think I didn't fully appreciate until seeing Ray Fisher's Cyborg, because if you remember how jacked he got for that role, he was probably the most jacked person on that set.
Besides Affleck, and
when he was throwing the medicine ball down, it is the one,
and yet you don't see, like, obviously he's got no skin at all shown in the movie. I mean, his body's entirely replaced, but because they used motion capture, you can see the way that he moves, the way he like throws his shoulders around. You're like, that dude's got massive traps. I know they replaced them with like pistons, but you know, like you can see it in the way he turns his body. It's like, well, that like, and it really influenced the performance in a huge way, even though it was just a motion capture performance. And it's like, well, the muscles aren't purely for like, oh, here's my shirtless scene, but also it influences the physicality of the character in such a significant way.
Exactly. All right, and we got Mr. Ben Everett showing up.
Hey, what up? What's really hood?
Go Red Sox! I'm going for your team now.
Yeah, man, we're not doing so well.
Christ.
Yeah,
I know. Dude, those Astros, fuck them, man.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all playing right now?
Yeah,
it just ended right now, right?
It just ended. It just ended a couple of minutes ago.
Oh man,
win them all.
Whatever. Let's not talk about stuff.
Yeah, your team is not doing much better anyway.
God, I don't even want to talk about that game last night, man. Jeez. Anyway,
we'll just Dave. We'll destroy. We'll attempt to destroy them for you.
Yes, that's right. You're a Braves guy, please.
Yep.
Oh, gross.
Hey, two of my best friends are from Boston, and they are Patriots and Red Sox fans till the day they die.
My best friend is Braves. That's why I'm like gross, because I know he's in the he's in the chat right now.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's right. Is that yeah. It was crazy. But DC Fandome, guys. So I mean, I know you guys probably, and we've all been talking about it to death, but I mean, look the big thing is what's been, happening with the Batman, which is, thank God. I was going, okay, what is going to be teased? Well, we got a Batman tease, which is great. And we got posters today. We got a picture of Selena Kyle, Zoe Kravitz. Well, how we thinking, how we feeling, what's going on? And, oh yeah, The Rock's here. You'll never live that down. I mean, especially
I'll never. Yeah, I'm sure.
I was a.
What do you think, Siike? Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, Siike. What was like when it comes to tomorrow? What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, Zoe Kravitz is one of the most beautiful women on the planet, so she looks great as Selena Kyle. To me, I saw that picture of her early on Instagram at work, and I was like, hey, everyone, shut up. I was like, I just saw a great picture of Catwoman. Y'all can shut up now. I actually have on my wall. So this wall is my Marvel wall. Behind on this side, where I should have turned the camera around for you guys tonight. I have DC stuff everywhere, and so I have like pictures of Michelle Pfeiffer. So like that was one of my first crushes when I was a kid, was her as Catwoman. So tomorrow I'm looking forward to seeing Catwoman in action in the Batman trailer. Hopefully. I really am looking forward to Gotham Knights, the video game. I'm going to be covering the development of that game up till the release on my show. And so I'm really pumped to see what news we get for Gotham Knights. Like I cannot wait to play as Nightwing and Batgirl in a video game with other players. Like that's going to be freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And Black Adam.
I'm curious,
I'm excited for it.
Yeah, Black Adam. No, but yeah, when it comes to because I played the Arkham games, not all of them. I don't think I played Origins. I should, but but I like the Arkham games, and I do like the fact that it's like, all right, we're gonna play into the Court of Owls storyline, and then we're gonna have a missing Batman, so the Bat family takes over. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. That we're gonna, and I think that might actually get me back in the whole video game sphere. But yeah, what were you gonna say, Steven? Like before?
I was gonna say for the Batman is a really interesting thing, because I think most people are generally hyped for it for a lot of reasons. But that shot of him overlooking Gotham City, I think, was one that reminded me where, like, not that the trailer that they released last year looked great, and and I knew that it was going to look good because I like Matt Reeves, but it reminded me that Greg Fraser, the DP,
that's
like really unsung. I think this movie, and Dune, he did Dune too.
Yeah,
are going to put his name in that conversation a little bit more.
Yeah.
Has you seen that yet?
cinematography.
I've not seen that. That's so beautiful.
And
that was posted yesterday by Matt Reeves.
Yeah.
Greg Fraser.
Oh man, so fire.
A ton of. I mean, he did Killing Them Softly. He did.
It's a good underrated.
I know not a lot of people have seen that one, but I think it's a well shot movie.
Definitely.
He did Rogue One is like the one that like I think that's the best shot of
Rogue One is so beautiful.
Of the new the Disney Star Wars movies, and then he even did a few episodes of The Mandalorian, which I thought looked good. So it's just exciting to kind of see this and be like, that's right. We're like, this is not just a Matt Reeves movie, that we're actually going to have Greg Fraser doing the cinematography on this.
Didn't he also did he do some of the Apes movies too? One of the Apes movies? I thought I saw something that he did one of them.
I should know because I just looked it up and here I am like praising him. But,
yeah.
Yo,
my mind.
These two posters, these are fire. These are like
and the fact that they have a date on them. We have a date,
right?
Stick to that date, please.
They're so like it's just you know what I'm saying. Like they're just
minimal, but they're not.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
They're busy minimal.
Because you look at this and there's just so much happening, and I love the red aesthetic that he's keeping.
Red is great. Wow, because normally they would do like green, like they would play that up with Riddler, and it's like really a dull.
There is like a dark shade of green, like a chalkboard green right here, and then like just the fact that it looks like there's it looks like this is a chalkboard behind them.
Yeah,
well, that's what's so crazy.
It's I mean, not to take away from the fact that it's a Matt Reeves film, but it looks very Fincher in its and in the grounded kind of gritty aesthetic. Obviously, that they're posters, so it's
And the fact that he's blurred and the letter is like in full.
And notice they did that with the. That's one of the things I like about that Batman shot too, is the depth of field, where it's a hero shot of the actual shot from the movie we're talking about, because it's a hero shot, but the focus is actually on the city, and Batman is the one that is
right. He's out of focus.
That is out of focus, which is such a cool like silent watcher, it's like silent protector kind of vibe of like
that's the mission, protect the city.
Which I like, but I mean just the color palette and the tone of that is very it is visually distinct from the rest of the trailer, and they do this for a lot of early trailers too, I think, because it's easier to color grade that stuff. But the trailer was very dark and monotone to an extent. And this is one where like it doesn't abandon that aesthetic, but it shows like, oh no, we're gonna like there's going to be a rich kind of palette to this. Like look at the orange, the amount of orange in this shot is awesome. You see you got the lights and the rising sun.
Yep.
And or is that a set? I guess we don't know what.
I think it might be a sunset. I don't know. I think it might be.
I think it's a sunrise, because
I think so.
When Matt Reeves posted it, he said sunrise. In his tweet, he said something about a sunrise.
Good morning from Gotham City.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. You're right.
Sometimes they do what they call sunrise for sunset, which is where they shoot.
Which I would. But that was my first thought, was that it was the sunset. Before
it would make more sense for him to be out in the city when the sun is coming out than being out in the city prior to sunset. Regardless,
we kind of got something like that in Batman Begins, where he was like literally like the sun was rising and we get that shot of him perched up, and then it could be that, where it's like, all right, I've done my duty for tonight.
Also, going back to the Dark Knight Rises, in Gotham with the several bridges. If you go back to that picture, there are several I see the one bridge, and then there's one off in the distance too. So, and I think that it was filmed in
this one,
Pittsburgh.
This one,
Chicago.
No, I'm saying the Dark Knight Returns or
Chicago.
That was Chicago. Yeah.
No. Begins and the Dark Knight were Chicago.
Yeah, Dark Knight Rises is Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Rises was Pittsburgh.
Okay.
I think they might have done a couple shots in Chicago, like second unit stuff, but like the bulk of which was they did some in LA
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it was because it was the only one of the 3 that they actually shot the majority of Gotham in a different city.
But it isn't like some of it shot somewhere. Where was it? In London, Liverpool, something? Liverpool? What? I don't know.
Ben, what did
Glasgow?
Glasgow.
Glasgow, there you go. I thought it was like
Facts,
Liverpool.
I should know that one of my best friends in the whole world lives there.
Oh, okay. That's right. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna get that dark, gloomy. I mean, that's what the first trailer really just had, that aesthetic of like, hey, this is gloomy, it's rainy, it's cold. I love the atmosphere of it. I'm like, bring it on, please. Yeah. But I love the fact that Matt Reeves posted that shot of like, hey, there's some sun. Don't worry. Look at how beautiful this shot is. And it's like, oh man.
Well, it's also, I mean, for Batman also, it's such a, I don't know. Sometimes I hate looking too much into this kind of stuff because it's like fans pouring over like the tiniest breadcrumb. But I do think it's an interesting dichotomy of it's Batman at the edge of like his watch is ending or whatever, and you know that because of who Batman is, and he's out there like you see the sun coming up, and you're like, oh, that's interesting. That is during the time when he is not on duty or on patrol, and so that's marking the transition from the sun guarding Gotham by day and Batman guarding it by night, which for what you understand about this movie, the idea of him being a little more on that edge and greener and kind of trying to find out like what does it mean to be Batman, is a cool kind of bit of promo to kind of tease that tone of like, you know, where does he belong in this day-night metaphor.
You sure he just didn't get a caught out there fighting crime? And it's like, oh shit, it's already 6.
Well, there's plot, there is plot, and then there's story, right? So I'm sure that's the plot, but then what's the story implication? You know, there's.
Gotcha. I'm looking forward to.
That's his Instagram. He's like ending my watch for tonight. Stay safe, Gotham.
I'm looking forward to the add-ons to this universe, because we're gonna get a lot of Batman tomorrow, but GCPD is something that we haven't heard anything from.
I know. So, I wonder how much.
I would like to know how far along we are with this series.
That'll
if there's any, if there's any traction in that.
Yeah, I think they probably will talk about that. I wouldn't be surprised, because if they're trying to set all that up, and you know, you got this full panel, the movie's coming out in March, so this is like the panel before the movie comes out. So I mean, my God, they're putting that's why they're teasing the shit out of it right now, to be honest, because it's like, this is the first movie that's gonna be coming out of all this. I was wondering, I'm like, all right, which movie? What are we gonna get beforehand? Obviously The Rock just tweeted, but at the same time, when it comes to Black Adam, I think that's what we're gonna get, like what we got with the Suicide Squad last year. I think like a first look, but it's gonna be like a featurette thing where you get like some footage, behind the scenes footage, interviews, blah blah blah. We'll probably get some costumes, which is good. We're gonna get the full costume of Black Adam, him in the costume, probably Hawkman, probably. I don't know if we'll get any Dr. Fate, because I know that's supposed to be some mocap that's going on with Pierce Brosnan. So, but I don't know if they're gonna show the tease of the helmet, maybe. I don't know.
As far as these are real, like similar to the Suicide Squad last year, I think the Shazam movie and the Aquaman movie are more likely to fall in that category, where we get just some behind the scenes stuff.
Black Adam might get a proper first teaser. It's
I'm sure. Yeah,
actually,
it's like 9 months away.
And then I'm wondering about the Flash too. Are we going to get a little teaser?
I was going to say,
I think we're going to get a full-on trailer.
I think we're going to get the behind the scenes featurette for the Flash.
Yeah,
but all these.
Well, we already got that leak.
Well, a bunch of these are wrapped already too. That's the big thing. Where Black Adam has been wrapped for a little while. Flash wrapped a week or so ago.
And look what Matt Reeves did with 25% of the movie being shot.
Or do you remember Justice League had that very first look at Justice League at Comic-Con in 2016?
And that was a 4-minute
one. And then he had been shooting for like a week or something at that point. Or Guardians of the Galaxy did something similar. That had been shooting for about 2 weeks, and they came out, and that had a full-on Rocket and Groot. I don't remember if that scene was even in the movie because some of this stuff they have completed for like promo purposes. But yeah, so I wouldn't be shocked to see some kind of sizzle reel.
That is something that I mentioned earlier on the Real Anarchy channel live stream.
Drink.
Some of these FX shots. Oh, sorry, guys. Some of these FX shots they start getting worked on before the movie starts shooting. Mm-hmm. So by the time they get some stuff on camera, they just marry it together and put the trailer out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they got to show something. I have a feeling we're going to see all the costumes for the Flash. We're going to see full on. We're going to get that Keaton costume, I think.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, Siike, are you like looking forward to what they're doing with the Flash?
You know, I haven't actually made up my mind about it yet.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, like what your thoughts were about it. It can be a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, it's the same with Spider-Man No Way Home. Like, I'm not really sure how I feel about that either, because it's the concept. Like, I've been reading comics for 30 plus years, so of course I like the concept of multiverse stuff. They're always done mostly pretty interestingly in comics. So I hope they translate that stuff well to the screen, but I know that's usually the decisions that are made when it's like people behind the scenes that aren't creative that are helping make those decisions. It is purely just for a nostalgia thing or to cash in on something. I just hope that the directors and the writers can go, okay, that is what's being forced on us, but we have a creative way and an interesting way to still do it. So I think it's one of those situations where I'm like, they got creative people working on these movies, and then they have non-creative people, and I just want to see who's going to win that fight to decide the movie. So I'll need to see trailers before I make up my minds. And No Way Home didn't really blow me away, so I'm hoping Flash does, because I really want to see Michael Keaton Batman again. I'm really excited for that.
Indeed, it's going to be interesting, and I just want to see what that costume looks like. And I mean, how do you not show that stuff? I mean, and I know
there's at least a full cast photo or
photos
of each, like in costume. We've got to get.
We still don't know
the new Flash costume, all that right there. See the Batman 89.
Yes.
Yeah. Fire.
Yeah. I got a couple variants. I got the Harvey Dent variant.
Yeah. That's the issue I got.
The Catwoman variant.
Catwoman,
nice.
Slaps hard. Yeah.
And then I got issue 2, and then I just picked up issue 3 today.
Yeah. That's right. It just came out today. I forgot about that. I meant to pick it up. Shit.
Has anyone checked out the Batman comic written by what's his name? Matson?
Imposter,
right? Tomlinson. Yeah.
I haven't checked it out yet. I hear it's great.
I haven't read any of the new stuff, but I love him on Twitter and his approach to story and like his obsession with the Matrix alone. Is like, if you follow him on Twitter, you know. Has me like, and especially the fact that he helped write the Batman has me really, really curious about what that is. But I haven't heard anybody talk about it, so I didn't know.
If I can plug a comic store that I used to work at, and they're like dear family to me, Golden Apple Comics in Los Angeles.
I've heard of it.
I used to work there, and I used to buy everything there when I didn't work there. They had that writer showed up randomly and signed every issue at their store.
Wow.
So you can actually buy a copy on their website, I think, and you'll get it signed by the actual writer. So for regular price, I think too.
And as Dice just plugged in the
I know, I saw that.
I guess I missed that he talked to the dude. So check that out for sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Will do.
At screenrant.com. No, yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, what's interesting about this year though, I mean, just the fact that, I mean, there was last year was just, we didn't know what we were in store for, and then the fact that we were going to get the very first like Snyder cut trailer, you know, was like technically that, and it was that the Batman, we didn't know what Matt Reeves was cooking up, you know. There was, you know, some Wonder Woman 84 stuff. There was a new trailer with that, you know, whatever. You know, it's fine. But we just didn't know exactly what was. When it comes to this one, is this one supposed to be shorter or is it longer?
It's 4 hours.
4 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So
1 p.m. Eastern to 5. Is it? Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm not even. Yeah, because I know it just seems like a lot to cram in 4 hours. But what can you do?
Ben, you got the schedule ready, Ben?
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock.
Nah,
8 o'clock. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Yeah, we were doing a live stream earlier in my channel.
Yeah.
No, I know when this.
And I wasn't sure if it was 9 or 8. I know it's 8 o'clock.
I'm asking you about the schedule for the actual event for DC Fandome. Like, you got the schedule?
Yeah, is there like there's an actual schedule now, right? Is there or no?
Yeah, it's from what is the whole breakdown of who's who at what time. I haven't seen anything.
Okay, so we're gonna get that tomorrow probably then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a full on. Yeah, that's a full.
We're still gonna sit through the whole fucking 4 hours, man.
Yeah, we all are. But I'm saying that's a full on. Let's make sure everybody watches from kickoff
to all the way to the final. Yeah.
Because I mean, with last year's Fandome, we got a schedule. We had these certain brackets of times for certain panels or whatever. But the fact that we haven't, that's a legit watch from start to finish. Yo, here's the thing. If you're not watching, we'll sneak the Batman panel in second.
Think so?
Probably not gonna happen. No, not definitely. I'm just saying, like that's the thought mentality is if we don't tell you the schedule of this entire
event, that's true. Wait till the last minute or something like that, where it's like because everybody.
If you don't watch it from start to finish, we might sneak something in on you. You won't get it.
You won't get it until
If they're smart, they'll save the Batman for the last.
Absolutely the last.
Because that's what they did last year. Last year it was the last panel, the last big panel, and the last big trailer, and it blew everybody's mind. So it's like I have a feeling they're going to do that this year too.
I feel exactly the same way. But when the question comes up of how come they didn't release a schedule, it's because watch. We want you to watch from 1.
It starts at 10, okay?
Yeah. It starts at 10 your time, right, Dave?
Yeah, my time, yeah.
So watch from 10 until it finishes. And you won't miss. Yeah, that's pretty much what I think.
Now another question that's been out there is like any surprises that should show up. Do you think? I mean, they talk about that. Sometimes I almost think that's just another reason for you to be like, hey here's a surprise. Everybody can get a bag that says DC Fandom. Surprise! It'll be something stupid. It's not going to be like anything like, oh, is there going to be surprise on the panels? But at the same time, it's like, remember how shit like that used to happen at like Comic-Cons where
especially with the wasn't it DC and WB's thing to pull the whole oh wait, one last thing at the end of their Hall H panel.
That's exactly how Zack Snyder came out on that one panel
with BBS announcement.
Yes. Yeah. When he brought Aaron Lennox out there, he's like, yo, his voice is way better than mine. And he
that shit still gives me chills to this day.
Yeah. You can watch that and it's just
Although I do think one thing that's interesting about the place that DC they've been. This is hard to know whether or not they even know how to operate in this space because there's been so many years of just problems. But if you look at the way Marvel operates or I don't know, Star Wars, any other well-functioning franchise, is that there's stuff in the works that you'll expect to see something from that you don't, because once you actually hit your stride, the problem with DC is that every time something goes wrong or whatever, they ditch the slate, they change the narrative, they whatever, and then they'll release a story about they're gonna do Black Superman, and it's they do the same thing every time there's any sort of bad news. But if things are operating correctly according to their release slate is on schedule and people are interested in what's coming, then ideally they would be withholding a few things. They're going to focus mostly on the stuff coming immediately, and then they'll do smaller teases for the other stuff. And so I'm curious if they're going to finally kind of reach that point where they're comfortable, or if this is going to be them very much trying to fire, all their cylinders to like, for example, I think the big question will be like, what are we going to see from like The Flash or some, is that the furthest one, or Aquaman even, which has been filming.
Aquaman,
like, hypothetically we could see Aquaman 2 footage. But I think for that we're more likely to see some photos and get like a generic something along the lines of what we got for Black Adam last year. But the more they do on that, where they give less and less footage for the stuff that, even if they have it ready, I think is going to show how well attuned their like marketing and PR is, which has been a real struggle for them to kind of get a hold of that maintaining hype cycle of they blow all their guns and then they've got nothing and have to like scramble to change the narrative. So that'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Helping out the pirate ship. No, yeah, I'm kind of wondering like how much Aquaman 2 also is going to be shown, because that, I mean, I don't know how much, if they're going to have some footage or they're going to have some interviews. I mean, obviously Mois, but I don't know, was James Wan in the list of people who were going to be chatting there? I don't even know.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing James Wan's name. I remember seeing Cam Newton's name, and I'm still wondering what the fuck that's about. Did we ever figure that out, Cam Newton? Yeah, I read that. I was like, Cam Newton, what is he? I mean, I know he's been called like a Superman or whatever the hell, but I'm like,
oh
what?
God, please don't let him be.
Yo, that no.
No.
Yeah,
I don't like that whole idea of the Black Superman.
Yo, maybe there's another like artist or writer or somebody whose name happens to be Cam Newton, where it's not that dude.
I know. I'm kind of wondering. I'm like, but it's like such a. I mean,
he's probably got some sort of like a like a shoe line or something.
Yeah,
like
could be.
Like a merch collaboration.
I feel like we're all.
Would that be the place to reveal that though? Because like,
remember, Fandome is Fandome is
like,
everything. I mean, we're not talking about reveals. Like, they're not going to like be like, and here's the trailer for the Batman, and then after that be like, and here's Cam Newton's new Superman shoes. Like, it's like, remember like last year they had all this, like they had these panels where it's like, let's feature some artists, let's feature some like whatever.
Yeah.
And so you don't know what kind of, don't assume it's going to have the same
it might
prominence.
be like, yeah, it might be like a 4-minute 33-second thing of like, hey everybody, it's Cam Newton, and guess what? I
maybe
got
32 seconds, somewhere in there.
Or that.
I don't know why it's got to be 33, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just trying to cut it down, a little bit from 5 minutes.
I love the fact that we're all familiar with who Cam Newton is, which is why this makes it that much funnier.
Poor guy. Yeah, is he going to find a football team this anytime soon?
He will. Before the season's out, he will.
Yeah.
There's going to be a mid-season injury, and they're going to
the Jets will pick him up.
Exactly. There's going to be a mid-season injury where they're going to be like, yo, Cam.
I think you're all crazy. I think Cam Newton's there to announce that he's the voice of Lego Superman.
Yes, there it is.
That's not a bad show.
That's not a bad. Yeah, that's
or
not
like
bad.
we know the voice of Crypto, right? They announced all those super
that's the Rock.
voices. It is the Rock. Okay, I know who all is in that, but I don't remember. I don't know who's who.
But they're just playing the pets. Maybe Cam Newton's playing Superman. And then Rock is Crypto.
Oh no!
I want to see the Rock taking over the show and just like be the surprise winner of the entire thing, because for all that shit that he's been talking for 2 years now, the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change. Motherfucker, you better bring it tomorrow. I mean, you better make me forget that I just watched the greatest Batman trailer of all fucking times.
He also better not get his ass kicked by Hawkman in the movie.
Yeah.
It's like the hierarchy of power is about to change. Oh, Hawkman.
Until that Nigerian just hit you right on the side of your fucking face.
I'm rooting for Hawkman.
Yeah.
No, but it's gonna be. I had another thought too when it came to the Batman trailer or the Batman, but I mean, of course the GCPD stuff, and I'm wondering how much more. Well, then there's this whole, we got Batgirl coming out, and even like the director's teasing, like, oh, hey, guess what? we have a Batman apparently, and we can't tell you which one it is, but there's a Batman in our movie. So it's like, all right, is that going to be talked about tomorrow, or that probably not? I wouldn't. Yeah, there's going to be. Yeah, it's got to be Ben, right?
It's got to be Ben, dude.
If J.K. Simmons is coming back, I mean,
exactly. There you go. That tells you everything.
I mean, it's also highly possible they legitimately don't know yet.
But the thing is that J.K. Simmons is a whole lot younger than Michael Keaton. Keaton is 71.
Yeah, J.K. is like in his 60s, right?
And
late 50s.
Correct.
Yeah.
So he's supposed to be always older than Batman. So how's that gonna work?
Yeah.
So it has to be Ben.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But I mean, there was that whole rumor that the Batgirl might be like a Batgirl Beyond. So it's like, oh wait, maybe it is Keaton or something like that. There's always that worry that rumor might come true, because I want an actual I want Terry McGinnis. I want him. I don't want.
I want the Terry McGinnis. Yes.
See, yep. Look, pointing at up. See, he's got something in the background. I almost bought the McFarlane Batman Beyond. By the way, is that the one you got? Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah. See, I want that. I want the actual story. Don't change the story. There you go. Don't change the story. Don't change the story before, like, you've not really, done a movie version before yet. So
I just picked up Batwoman today. Batwoman Beyond.
Nice. So yeah, I mean, hopefully it's not that, because I'd want an actual Batman Beyond first.
Yeah, I want Terry McGinnis.
Yeah. I want him first. And I mean, let's face it, like when Michael Keaton signed on, he didn't sign on for one movie. He signed on for something else. And I think Batman Beyond was definitely like, hey, that's where that Bruce Wayne can fit somewhere in there. Do it. I mean, I actually was campaigning for, hey, just let fucking Tim Burton come back. We can get a full-on trilogy with Keaton and Burton, and he could do like his crazy, like futuristic cyberpunk crazy Tim Burton thing. I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe.
I have very little faith in Burton, man. Ever since his Planet of the Apes, I'm like, okay, motherfucker.
What are you talking about? With Mark?
With Mark and Mark? No.
What was the? I think we're talking. Tim Burton is best summed up by, I think it was a viral tweet that said, what was it? The first half of Tim Burton's career is defined by movies that shouldn't work but do. And the second half of his career is movies that should work but don't.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on Big Fish.
I was such a big fan that I remember that I went to see, I think Monkey Bone with Brendan Fraser. Anybody seen this?
Monkey Bone.
Yeah,
that's
Monkey Bone.
That's from the director of Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah, Tim Burton.
But Burton produced it.
Well, Tim Burton only produced Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I thought he directed it. I remember watching that movie. In the middle of the movie, you see a boom mic. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, dude, that was in the first cut of Dumb and Dumber. There was a boom mic.
Oh, yeah.
I remember I spotted it the very first time I watched it. I remember, like, in the movie theater, I was like, "What? It was just like boom. It was like right there." But then when you watch it now, they cropped it out. I'm like, how did you not do that at first? Like, did nobody spot that? How many times did you watch this movie? But then again, Dumb and Dumber is always a weird one, because I remember, like, I know this is totally going off on a tangent right here, but when Lloyd like falls off the jetway, when you actually saw it in the movie at first, he landed head first, so he was flat on his stomach. But then when you watch it now, he's on his back. They like recut it because it didn't make sense, because when you actually saw him in the distance fall, he would naturally fall on his back. But for some reason, if you watch, I guarantee if you watch one of the earliest trailers, when he lands, he's on his stomach. But they changed.
So there's two versions of that out there?
Yeah, it was weird. It was very strange. Like, I never understood like how that movie was like, and like I said, it was the scene when they were like in their suite, and Harry is just like, hey, she wanted to meet you there, and blah blah blah, even though Lloyd knew all the bullshit. I remember specifically that scene had a boom mic in it. You can't see it anymore because they fixed it, but it's very odd. Anyways, that was a tangent.
I love watching in movies like that where there's all sorts of little things where not always is something as simple as a boom mic, but like a common one where you see like someone fall on like grass or sand or something, and you'll see like the edge of like the mattress pop up under the grass, like over
you
in the
know
corner,
what-
like a few feet away.
You know
from
what
him,
movie
like,
really
Robin
fucked up
Williams
on
falling on the birdcage. I don't know if you've seen everybody's seen the
Yeah.
birdcage, right?
Yeah.
That scene when he's in the restaurant and he just like storming off, he just falls for real. He just stays in character and keeps on going.
Yeah. No, but they're like what was it? What was that Pete Davidson movie with Judd Apatow? King of Staten Island.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a full on where he like does like a barrel roll over like the hood of his car and then lands. You full on see the mat that he lands on. I went, what the fuck? And I rewound it. I'm like, how did that is like clear as day because there's a street light that is just illuminating that part. And I'm like, you see the mat that he lands on. I'm like, what? Like, you couldn't do a better job hiding that? It was really bad, really bad. And that's why I kind of go like, yeah. Then you had guys like Jim Carrey, and you watch that liar, liar scene in the bathroom where he's kicking his own ass, and he's just going full on. Like even Tom Shadwick says, he goes, yeah, you know that sound that you hear when he falls to the ground? That is Jim Carrey's head hitting the ground.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you hear a boom like when he hits, and he's like, yeah, that's his actual head hitting the ground. And I'm like, yeah, see, they're just guys that just fucking go for it, man.
There's another one from a movie that you love, Batman Forever.
Oh yeah,
where you see the Riddler standing behind, just waiting for his time to come in. Like you could see him standing behind the statue of
Two-Face's lair, right? Yeah.
You could see him standing there. It's like, hey, is that the Riddler back there?
Or I love it. You see this a lot more in older movies, like and I know It's a Wonderful Life has a few popular ones where you'll see extras that will like get recycled in the same scene where there's like a crowd walking by in the background and you'll see someone like walk by.
Spider-Man 3.
They come back around.
And then they'll come back around.
I've seen that. I've seen that movie 1,000 times. Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean it's gotta be hard when like you're in that editing and and we've all probably been through that too, editing videos where you kind of go, shit, something messes up, you look at something and you have to figure out something to maybe fix it or do like a little cut. Imagine like doing like a full-on production and something just fucks up. So you have to use like these little, hopefully, you do these little edits or something where you hopefully nobody notices, but nowadays people fucking are watching every frame.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what additional photography is supposed to be for, is to like do those pickups and correct that stuff. Although, and while I love like the clean and like well like executed stuff where there's like no continuity errors, I also love Scorsese is like infamous for just like not giving a shit about about continuity. And you see it where like when people are eating or smoking a cigar or a cigarette or whatever,
every single time.
and like I think in I don't remember which one it is, but you'll see like the length of the cigar someone is smoking will change, or there's some big ones in Wolf of Wall Street with Jonah Hill's scene, and he's like, look, you got to edit the scene to the energy. And he's like, the fact that the consistency of the cigar burning down has far less impact on the way someone views the movie than the actual emotional unfolding of the scene. And he's like, so like, yeah, sure, ideally you'd want that to not be an error, but like, I'm not going to ruin the scene for the sake of like making sure that glass of water is in the same place on the table in every single shot.
I mean, like it's got to be difficult, especially when a character is like eating and smoking the cigar or something like that. It's impossible. I mean, look at it must have been super hard with the Ocean's 11 franchise because Brad Pitt's character was like Rusty. He was always eating
the martini.
But then there was one scene where like they're in him and Matt Damon are talking, but it was like, but this was a weird one though because it didn't make sense because there's like the far shot, like the established shot where it has both of them in the shot. He's holding like a
martini.
No, it's not a martini. It's a shrimp. He's like got shrimp, but he's got it looks like a martini glass. So he's dipping. But cocktail. Then when you get closer to it, he's got a plate. He's eating something off a plate. So it messes up. I'm like, see, that's a continuity mess up where it's like, all right, you had
a big fuck up.
Well, because what happens when you start doing that kind of stuff is that you got to do how many takes, and you finish the whole shrimp cocktail, and you're like, well, shit, you can't just have it disappear entirely. So like, what do we have here? Give me that plate of like whatever.
Maybe notice. Yeah. I think that's what it kind of was, though.
Mhm.
But before we continue here, Siike, you're going to take off. I know you got work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I've been up for about 28 hours now.
Dude, get some sleep, man.
Get some sleep. I work at Harley,
sure.
so we're having Biketoberfest this weekend at Harley Davidson, so I need to crash.
Yeah, go ahead, get some sleep.
Thank you guys so much.
Coming on.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Yeah,
thank you.
definitely. I have to come back and hang out with you guys again sometime. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, for sure. Always welcome, man. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel and everything. So, all right, I'll talk to you soon, man.
All right. See you guys.
Appreciate
Bye.
it. See ya. All right. God, I gotta put another overlay when it's 4 people because it just goes right over your names. Come on, you gotta promote yourself. So I'm just gonna remove it. So anyways, so tomorrow, so we got. I mean, what the feel that it doesn't have is the fact that we don't have Snyder. We knew that we were going to get that Hallelujah.
Feels
Not
different.
the Hallelujah. It does feel different because there was that. It was like, oh my God, we're actually getting the trailer for this. Yeah. So there's a little bit of something is missing. Yes, for sure. We all feel it, of course.
Yeah.
What were we going to say, Anthony?
No, I was just saying last year's was just I'll say that Justice Con changed everything for me, like last year or whatever. So like the momentum built all the way up until the Fandome. And Fandome was just like, the trailer leaked early. Wait, what?
Oh yeah. I know,
You
right?
remember that shit? And it was
Makes
just
you
like
wonder.
it was just like a weird type of situation. But at the same time, Fandome was fire last year. You know what I mean?
Dude, yeah.
Like we still got Zack Snyder's Justice League panel or whatever, and then we had Matt Reeves come in and talk for 38 hours before he finally put his trailer out there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I wonder if anything's gonna leak out like tomorrow morning. If anything's gonna like just pop up. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
People are gonna call it out.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
Because technically we got the Flash stuff that leaked out like 4 months before.
Yeah.
And
I'm that's the thing I'm eager to see is if they're gonna change that clip you know what I mean? Change that clip up in any capacity.
It's gonna be, I know it is weird
because like a bunch of shit. If they release the same exact clip, I'm like, okay.
They might though, because they probably don't want to reveal like too much about it. They'll probably show off the costumes. That's my guess. It's like show the costumes, or I don't know, man. It's gonna be weird because just to see that whole clip again, but in full on HD, it's like, all right, been there, done that.
Except for catching the babies.
Okay, Ben.
I have a theory about that.
Ben had an interesting theory about.
Let's go ahead, Ben.
I have a theory. Let's get it started.
I kind of dug it when I read it. I was like, okay, that would be
because Flora is supposed to come back, right?
Possibly.
So, that's the rumor.
Yeah.
So I was thinking one of the things that the Muschietti said is that they're gonna restart everything and not gonna forget about anything. So I'm like, okay. So people bitch about this scene, this fighting action piece with Zod and Superman. And this is a way for them to say, hey, listen, nobody fucking died. The Flash was there all along, saving everybody.
But they were all babies falling out of towers.
Listen, whoa, no, not saying that. That's one shot. That's one shot. Come on, Steven.
But still, is there a daycare on the top of one of the?
It's a big building. This is a high rises. Let me explain, because I don't know.
You clearly need to, because
this high rise. Well, listen, I have worked in the city many times, and every high rise, every floor
has a floor full of babies, and sometimes
they have a ward. No, they have a where they take care of babies and kids. What's the name?
Pediatrics.
No.
Daycare?
Daycare, yes, they have daycares, and for the BPs and the CFOs and whatnot.
That need,
exactly. So, what if those kids are there?
Yeah, but it's just such an interesting it's just such an interesting concept art because it's babies just falling. That if the Flash was not there, they are falling to their death.
I guess I think that
a lot of buildings went down, even hospitals did.
I think to me, there's something that's so intentionally bizarre about the raining babies from the sky, and who's to know if that even means anything. That to me, anything, even though Flash was in an alternate reality version of the Man of Steel fight where he was saving babies, that is crazy. It's not quite crazy enough to justify them. Imagine pitching this visual and being like, no, so Flash is in the Metropolis battle, get it? And you know what he's doing? Saving fallen babies. It's like, but why? There is a level of multiverse Speed Force insanity that I think they need to beyond that that
it's not doable.
No, it's doable, but it's just such a it's like what if it was a bunch of raccoons, and it's well, there's a bunch of raccoons on top of one of the buildings in Metropolis. No, you need something a little bit more bizarre, I think.
So it has to be a little bit more grounded, you're saying?
No, it needs to be more bizarre to explain. Honestly, to explain because it's such an insane as concept art, it's such an insane concept.
Yeah, that honestly, I think it was going for a shock value thing. It's hey, he could potentially be doing this, and the fact that they're going to put this in the reel, we're still talking about it. The fact of the matter is, we're still talking about it, and everybody's going, "Is there going to be a scene where the Flash is saving falling babies?" And they're like, no, we weren't gonna fucking put that in there. So we just had Boss Logic draw that up. We didn't credit him. Fuck that guy or something like that. They were like, we're not gonna credit him, but we just had him draw it up because we wanted to put it for the panel or something like that. Go ahead.
Let me ask y'all a question. Do you think that leak was on purpose?
Yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Damn, okay, so here we go. Yeah, on purpose so that they would see if certain things that they were putting in the leak would work.
Yeah, otherwise they would have revealed the face that they kept covering up.
Yeah.
That's not how a leak works. When something leaks, everything there leaks. They're just not gonna save. Or let's save this individual because we don't want to leak this shit here.
I mean, it depends on who got. You got to always think of a chain of custody of something like this, though. Who?
Yeah, that's true too.
Who did the leak? Because whoever is working on the movie that sent it to the leaker may have been insulating the leaker from maybe whatever was in that they would consider a high enough spoiler compared to the rest of it.
To know who was the person.
To say okay, look, you can see this shot. We know Supergirl's going to be in it. We know all this stuff, but. Let's say it was Aquaman or whatever that's behind those spoiler emojis. That is a huge. It's an entirely different conversation that's being had from these leaks, as opposed to here's a bunch of stuff that we kind of is either out of context or we generically know about. And so, it entirely depends on if it was leaked internally, then sure. But you could also, if it was leaked by them sending it to someone in the art department sending it to a friend,
somebody who didn't have clearance.
Yeah, or whoever. I mean, there's how many degrees of separation is there between the source and them putting it out, and at what point in that chain were those spoiler emojis added? So I don't. I can see that. I can see that going both ways.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, you want to, but it's just the fact that when it came to those leaks, it's they had a couple shots of the Keaton Batmobile, which got a lot of people excited. And, somebody brought to my attention too, going back to the fact that Keaton is just not just a one-off. It's hey, look at the fact that they're not just making a green screen set of his Batcave. They built his Batcave. I mean, it's a full-on Batcave that they built. It's they ain't just going to use that for one movie. And yeah, that makes sense because, why build that whole thing and then just have a one-off when you could have easily probably just had you built a part of it and then rest green screen. Yeah, exactly. So, but the fact is you get a far shot and it's they are building that whole thing. So that's what's interesting about that. But at the same time, I'm yeah, I mean, it makes sense. who knows when it comes to these leaks? I mean, when it came to the Spider-Man No Way Home and that Andrew Garfield video was like ridiculous how like that was so back and forth. And everybody was like, it's fake. No, it's not. It's fake. It's not. Look at the way. And then all of a sudden it's like, and then finally I was like, oh, thank God the Corridor Crew guys got it. And then they're like, no, look at that. Look at, and they broke it down. It's like, that's fucking real. And I'm like, all right, stop believing people on the internet with,
well, I did appreciate I did appreciate what they pointed out though about, because what I was always saying about it was not so much that it was a fake, but if you were to fake that shot, that is the way to do it.
Right.
With the blue screen, like the context, the way the shot is set up, like they're not going to leak a shot of like all of them to get like shaking hands and speaking together and whatever. It's going to be
or pointing at each other.
Yeah. And so that is, the issue with it that I think was fascinating was it was some sort of it wasn't a cell phone video. It was like 8K, but also it wasn't like, so whoever's going to be using that shot on a set is either like an on-set photographer or like, I don't think it was from like the actual film, red, whatever camera they're using. But there's some level of, I think, as the Corridor Crew kind of heavily guessed at the end, that is probably some kind of a viral marketing thing, because the combination of resolution and access and like who would have had a camera like that on set, and is that the type of person that would leak that, and all of those different combinations. So, like, it doesn't make sense for that to be like a blurry cell phone video is one thing, an 8K shot of him is another, and so I'm leaning towards marketing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's just like where we're at right now. Everybody's looking for leaks. It's been like that since like, I don't know. It's been like that for almost 10 years. It seems like almost for like a decade. It's like anytime a leak comes out, it just blows up. It trends. There's so many different things, and it's like, hey, let's just like some of the other flash leaks where you literally have the monitor. Somebody took a picture of Sasha Kaye in her Supergirl costume, and I'm like, who the fuck? How does that even fucking happen? I mean, like somebody just went snap, gonna upload it to Reddit. It's like, what? That just doesn't even make sense. It's like to try to build that hype, because anytime that happens, guess what happens? It trends. It's on the trending page or whatnot. Yeah. So. Right. And then we got Danny here saying that he's looking forward to Blue Beetle and Zatanna. That's right. There might be some Zatanna news because there's been an actress that has been teasing that on her Instagram. I can't remember her name. Gorgeous, by the way. And she keeps on teasing it. Who knows? But there is going to be some Blue Beetle talk because we're going to have what's his name? Maridueña, and who's the director? I can't remember his name, but he'll be there tomorrow. I can't remember his name. But
I want to see what J.J. Abrams brings, because I mean, they pay a lot of money for that man. So he has, I think he's gonna reveal some of the dark universe that he's trying to create. And we haven't gotten anything. If he's gonna blow the whole thing, whatever is already existing, because Swamp Thing was very popular and it still is.
Angel Soto.
Yeah.
That's who was doing that. And then William, thank you for the super chat. And
I'm incredibly busy, so why don't you get the hell out of here before I snap your dick off and jam it into your ass.
Yeah, so I want to see that. I want to see more from J.J. Abrams. And he also, I said this earlier, that he's the one instrumental to bring Ta-Nehisi Coates to pen the new Superman. Like, I want to see if he brings Ta-Nehisi Coates and speaks about whatever, which I doubt it. I doubt they'll bring anything related to Superman. But if he does, I would like to hear what Ta-Nehisi Coates has to say about his take on this character.
Well, here's speaking of Superman, this is going to probably take the Vodka stream off in a much different tangent. But I will say that based on the way things are shaping up, as I've been saying on like the past few streams and stuff, that the status of like the Snyderverse is, it looks like what they're doing is finally they kind of stopped fighting it, and they're going to say, okay, this is canon, and we're not following Zack's plan, but like, Affleck as Batman, J.K. Simmons as Gordon, Supergirl uses, you're seeing them go with all this stuff, and the direction that the universe is going, and that they seem to, for the first time, actually have, I don't know, for the first time since Snyder, or arguably for the first time period, seem to have a longer term kind of energy going.
Yeah.
And that makes me believe more. And this is entirely, I haven't heard anything about this, so this is entirely just based on like reading the tea leaves. I've never felt more confident that Warner Brothers is ready to just write Cavill that check. And get him back.
His value's there. His popularity's there, man.
He's at a peak of his career, arguably.
He really is.
He's going to keep going up, and he's getting more and more inaccessible as time goes on.
I was saying this during Fallout. Yeah.
He's more popular than Affleck's Batman, and Affleck's Batman's, like of the biggest like ex actor to return. Cavill would be the biggest. Like Henry Cavill is appearing as Superman again, even if it's just as a cameo. It gets announced at Fandome, will be the biggest news to come out of Fandome. Is Henry Cavill is officially suiting up again.
Which
it doesn't matter if it's a cameo. And I'm not even saying it's necessarily going to be at Fandome, but I'm saying like the level of, even if even if Muschietti says like, maybe it's even just a wry tease, like, and you never know, maybe there's more Kryptonians out there. Like that will be
cousins show up.
Yeah,
huge.
That will be like the biggest news coming out of the entire thing.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, maybe other than like the Batman trailer.
Yeah,
and
6
I think
minutes
Warner
later,
Brothers,
we'll see Henry Cavill's name trending.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at how often, and that is so much. I've always said a major part of like how the Snyder Cut even happened was because of what they did to his face in the Whedon cut versus and the fact that he didn't have any more appearances coming up, and so they wanted him to fix Cavill's face and also just to see Cavill as Superman again and kind of get that ship righted. And a lot of the support behind the Snyder Cut was from hardcore Henry Cavill fans, and that is. And you've heard the take a million times about like Cavill's a great Superman, he just needs better writing or whatever, and it's a stupid reductionist take, but the fact of the matter is it shows that as an actor and as his appearance as the character, he has the support. It's the biggest slam dunk they could possibly make. And
easy. That's an easy money. And I agree.
And it's beyond, and because they've embraced so much other Snyder Cut stuff, J.K. Simmons and etc. And Ezra is back, and like it's not like they're pivoting hardcore away from this. Even if they make changes, they're not moving away that hard. It's whatever he wants, whatever money he wants to make, or he wants them to pay him. I think that they're ready. They've got to be ready to submit because there's no
And you're right. They
hold on. We got another guest that's coming up. We got Mr. Ty from Pop Culture Corner showing up.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Yeah. So I was saying that you absolutely right about that. Keeping all those characters there, and I think that they're gonna capitalize on their popularity, and they're gonna continue the universe. Whether it's they're gonna do more standalone or team up movies, or even a Justice League movie without, unfathomable, but without Zack. But I feel like they had the opportunity to have two things running parallel. Like, okay, we can continue with this universe without Zack, but if at one point we feel like we can bring him back, like they're setting up in a way that they can converge at one point, and he can continue and finish his 2-movie arc.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
I mean,
I don't think he's gonna come. I'm not saying that he's gonna come back. I think they are just gonna leave enough room to play with either or, where they can just blow it up and continue with whatever they trying to build to, or that they can reach out. Hey, dude, come back and finish up whatever it is.
I just think that restoring the Snyderverse, it means more than him coming back to direct Justice League 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So like if they could get him back in like a producer role or to do anything in terms of guiding story and then fulfilling the promise to the fans in creating and telling good stories that were originally slated, because he was brought in to build a foundation,
which he did.
Which he did, and it's almost like the tree of life, right? From his foundation, from his roots, you know, it was going to branch off. So it was always going to go that way. But, you know, DC's taken all these weird routes. Like, we need to get back to basics, good storytelling, and tell the right stories.
I think that that's something that's interesting also, is that you will get, depending on who you ask, from within the fandom or from outside of the fandom, of what is the Snyderverse and what does it mean to restore the Snyderverse, you're going to get a dozen different answers, even within its like most hardcore supporters. Is it the Snyderverse if Zack isn't directing? Is it the Snyderverse if it doesn't follow the original plan? Is it the Snyderverse if Zack isn't even involved but it embraces all of his what is the?
That's always the question, yeah.
Like, and does the Snyderverse mean that it is the DCEU brings it in, or does it mean that it's its own separate branch of continuity, or does it include the Batfleck movie and Ray Fisher's Cyborg movie, or is it just wrapping up Justice League 2 and 3? And I think that's part of what was so distinct about the Snyder Cut. It was difficult, but what made that narrative so easy to kind of get people to understand was that there was something tangible that you had to convince people existed and would be good. You'd say there is a Snyder Cut out. It is shot. It is edited. It needs like VFX, but it is this thing that can be done. Here's what the story is. Here's the characters in it. Here's some shots from it that we haven't seen. Whereas the Snyderverse is like, even Zack, I don't want to say doesn't know exactly what it is, but I mean we've got those whiteboards, but he says like those whiteboards aren't what it's something different. I bet it would be revised even more from what those were. If it's like whatever the plan is that he's got in treatment form, I bet would get minor rewrites if they called him up and said like, do whatever you want to do. And so I don't know. There's a lot of different ways that can go. And obviously I think we would all agree that like hey, Zack, here's a blank check, finish your story however you want, would be like something everyone would be behind. But in a practical speaking sense, the most realistic scenario in terms of getting the actors back, getting the time from Zack, given his schedule, and then politics involved and everything. The most, and then also you have the fact that you have this momentum being built behind something that's not exactly that same plan. The most realistic scenario is embracing what came before and moving forward in a new direction. And that is, I think that's very respectful. Like, so the problem was before, what was frustrating about it was the idea that like, oh, the Flash movie exists to wipe any trace of Zack out of the universe. No. And that's just like that feels so spiteful. By
the way, Anthony left.
But like, there's a level of like, it's so cynical for that. Like, 'cause like even Days of Future Past was like, let's marry these. It wasn't erasing one from continuity. No. And so the idea of a movie being the plot existing as a tool to erase, and maybe that was the plan at one point, or the idea that they had at one point. But I think it's very clear that the direction that they're going, they're saying, no, these are the actors, these are the characters, this is the universe, this story happened in the past. You even look at Zack Snyder's Justice League, the international branches of WB have always kind of embraced that stuff more, but especially like for HBO Max, you see they call it a global phenomenon. The international distribution heads have posters in their background, and the international Twitter handles promote the movie, and they do HBO Go, which I think only exists in like Asia now, did a like a DCEU marathon where they use Zack Snyder's Justice League instead of the theatrical cut. And then the Fandome even had like a hype music playlist that included like some of Junkee's songs from.
Yeah, there's no Danny Elfman.
And so, but the question is, and so the big debate over like what is canon is, because the Justice League 2 and 3 aren't created, like those are like hypothetical potential canon. But to say like, oh hey, Zack Snyder's Justice League exists, we're just not going to take it in the exact same direction is still it's far more respectful than let's erase this from like what they did with the theatrical cut, literally trying to erase the artist. And no, it's not going to be to embrace that and move forward isn't fully what the most ideal situation for a lot of people would be, but I'd gladly take a universe that says, oh, Zack Snyder's influence is important and influential in what we're doing with these characters. We're just not doing it exactly his way. I think a massive victory. And even Zach, if you
do you think that will suffice to appease the fans though?
Oh, I mean, it's not a chunk of them will not be for sure, but they weren't even appeased with Zack Snyder's Justice League because of the changes that were made to that and the fact that it wasn't theatrical. But you look at the way Zach, like a lot of people miss out on this stuff, but if you look at the way Zach reacts to questions about canon and questions of continuity and negative press and all of that, he reacts to it way differently than the fans do. Like
he does.
Not that he loves like smear pieces or anything, but his reaction when like there's a hit piece or there's a negative coverage or bad reviews or whatever, he understands, because he understands his place in the zeitgeist or in the conversation, and he knows that they're talking about him because he's making something that matters and resonates. Not and even negative coverage is a tacit admission of that. And so sure, of course he wants to tell his Justice League 2 and 3 story, but do you think he's mad that they're telling a different story using his Jason Momoa Aquaman? No, because he that is his stamp. You can't. And Jason Momoa is going to mention him in press for every
time.
Single
even
movie.
James Wan will. Yeah.
Yep. And he knows that, and he'd say like, oh yeah, I mean it's not maybe ideal, but like he loves the fact that like they can't, like without burning the entire universe to the ground to spite him, they can't get people to stop thinking about him or saying his name. And that's that's victory. That's what victory looks like. So,
I mean, why else put your name in front of Justice League? I mean, that was such a beautiful. It was just beautiful. Just be like, hey, put your name on it. This is my Justice League. And now it's like literally, you go to Target, you go to Walmart, anywhere that sells Blu-rays, you see Zack Snyder's Justice League. I mean, I mean, talk about just like one of the most brilliant marketing he could have come up with. It was just the fact that he put his name in front of it, because now people know his fucking name. Zack Snyder. Oh yeah. Every general public. Oh yeah. I know that name. Yeah. It's great. What were you going to say, Ben? Sorry.
No, I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to ask any big predictions for tomorrow outside of what we've been talking about.
You good, Ty? You good?
Yeah, my
headphones.
My headphones. Each pair was like I could barely hear everyone, but yeah, it's
you good now.
So I unfortunately I didn't really get to hear about what you guys were predicting.
Well, we just asked the question.
We're just getting into that.
Yeah, no, but
go ahead. You can go first.
You said other than what we've talked about.
Yeah, so, Matt Reeves in the Flash.
Matt Reeves. So I mean, do you guys think the haircut could potentially be?
I don't.
No. I don't.
I'll be. I don't think it's
like not at all. Like, give me a percentage.
0 to me, because it's just like a time and a place. It almost seems like, I mean, look at how this, Zack Snyder Justice League was announced. It was its own thing. If like, I mean, I don't know if when they do announce it, will there be like, hey, all of a sudden we're going to hear about David Ayer wants to do a live watch of I don't know, one of his movies. I don't think he'd want to do a live watch of Suicide Squad. He'd want to do a live watch of Fury or End of Watch. But then again, I'm like, his movies are very intense. He probably wouldn't want to do that. He want to do it in his own way, I think, just like Zack kind of did it. You know, so
Well-
I just don't see DC fandom being a spot for it. So
Well, nobody
especially
shot his
out of the
original
blue.
Suicide Squad. I don't see him having a problem with doing a live stream of that movie and say, "Hey, by the way, yeah, taking it apart exactly." And by the end, like, "Hey, you know what? Now that I've been ripping this shit to shreds, I'm gonna give you the real one. Here it is, coming out on XYZ date."
I mean, not to like say anything bad or anything like that, but for Air, like, you know, coming off of James Gunn's Suicide Squad, you know, this is going to be a platform where everybody's going to be watching. I know if David Ayer did a watch party of one of his other movies, a lot of people would tune in, but you know, with Zach, you know, every fan, everybody's tuning in. Like, he knew that there was going to be millions of people watching. Maybe this is a good platform for David Ayer to do it on. I'm not saying that he's going to, and I'm not even going to say that it'll get announced. And if it doesn't ever get released, I won't lose sleep. But I think it'd be kind of a cool idea.
It would be. And we got somebody else joining the stream, Mr. Ray Flycast. What is up, sir? How you doing?
So, all right.
Ray.
Just
there you go.
I'm gonna get this out of the way, Dave.
Okay.
Because just for a second, I don't know if you talked about this earlier or not, but just for a second, if Dodger fans could rest their sphincters, just for a second, because you know, it's like, be happy that you won the series.
I would have kicked them out of the live stream by now.
Be happy that you're in the NLDS, but understand what you got away with. Understand that you hit I'm not a Dodger. I'm not a fan. I have no, you know who my horse in the race is. Okay, I have the flipping Tigers, right? AJ Hinch and all that. So it's like, I'm just hoping for this Carlos Correa rumor to actually happen. Whatever, we'll see how that goes. He hit a bomb tonight for the Astros, but at any rate, that reminded me of Jim Joyce and Armando Galarraga, The Imperfect Game, like back in 2008 when I saw it, and I was just like, okay, would the Dodgers have still won? Yes, sure, but you can't end a series.
Dude, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, that's what I said at the opening. I was like, hey, I'm not saying that the Giants would have pulled it off, but to end it like that was it was like literally, I mean, there was people in the crowd that they were showing going like, what just happened right now? Like, you know, what just happened? And even I was at my brother's house watching it with my mom, and we were just like, what? We were just in awe. Like, that's the way it's going to end, on a check swing. And then when you watch the replay, you get clearly he didn't break the wrists. You know?
Like that. I'm sorry, there's nothing subjective about that. That was a check swing.
This time it's not all subjective,
right? And look, I'm not blaming the Dodgers. I'm really not blaming the Dodgers. I'm not, because it's really not on them. It's you know, well, fair enough, but no, it's just, you can't have, you talk about the two best teams in the league record wise. You can't have the series end like that.
It was bad.
Pop fly, ground out, whatever, fine, but not.
Yeah, I wanted something more dramatic. I mean, that was pretty dramatic, but still. But yeah, I appreciate that, Ray. I just wanted to take that. I know. I think a lot of people can understand that. You know, maybe not Dodger fans because they're still riding high. They're on it. They're like, oh yeah, but there was a check swing earlier with. Shut up. I'm like, you know how many freaking? I mean, that home plate umpire was fucking dog shit. I hope he got removed, man. God, I know so many people were watching that were like, what the hell? Right. I mean, it's that I feel bad for umpires because now, I mean, especially the home plate umpire, there's literally a box that shows the strike zone. And when I mean, yeah, I get it. Umpires have different strike zones, but last night was ridiculous. It was to the point where we're like, it was like some of the Giants were like, what what is going on here? You know?
Robot umpires was trending last night.
No, sure. I know. I know. I'm wondering when that's actually gonna happen. It's gonna be interesting.
Well, it's better than putting guns on the flipping robots from Black Mirror.
Very true.
That's just flipping terrifying. Anyway, So, yeah, just wanted to get that.
No, I appreciate that.
Because there was no way I could. If I was going to talk to you, I was like, no, I have to mention that just for a second. So,
nice. I see you have more furniture this week, Ray. So that's cool. You got some hung up behind you.
Yeah, well,
it's your office.
Yes, it's been. Yeah. I've had another week to like set stuff up and get things going. So yes, this is closer to what it should look like. So.
Nice. Cool. Ben, were you gonna say something?
No, I was gonna say fuck CJ Correa. Yeah.
Go ahead, explain if you want.
Oh, baseball.
Okay, I know that, but
that's okay. I don't want to relive that fucking moment, motherfucker.
My Red Sox are doing pretty well.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, Ty.
I had to walk.
He's a Red Sox fan, so.
Oh yeah, big time.
Oh. Yeah, he's got to turn the hat around. There it is.
You are a Red Sox fan. Okay, all right.
Always been. Yeah.
Then listen, dude. We're sitting here like I gotta tell all my buddies, everybody, all my mutuals on Twitter that are Tigers fans that are convinced that Carlos Correa is going to come to Detroit because of AJ Hinch, and I'm like, just can we shut up until something like that actually happens? I want it to happen. I really do, because we need a shortstop, and he would be great. But that's all. All the Tiger fans were watching tonight's game just because of that. And they were just like, "Oh, future Tiger legend hits a dinger." It's like, all right, just slow down.
That's why they did it.
I love seeing the similarities in movie fans, or specifically franchise. Like IP fans, and sports fans, and the way they react to things, and the way the group think about like how like the business side of things, especially like how the front office is or should be managing things, and versus the studio. And you see that kind of with a lot of what they need to do, and it's like all the armchair quarterbacks, to use another mixed metaphor, is it's just hilarious because you see it like as a Bears fan, I have to watch that every year. Where it's like they make all these moves and fans like drink the Kool-Aid and they're like, oh yeah, we've got another new quarterback and this guy is going to be the one.
Try
and then,
being
like,
a Lions fan.
And then it doesn't work out. Well, no, but like you guys have actually like put together. I feel like even if it hasn't like you haven't swung as wildly back and forth, you've put together a few teams that are like consistent and reliable.
No, we haven't.
Reliably mediocre for a few years.
No.
Okay, maybe it's just outside perception. No. But and the second it doesn't go right, you get both the fans and the front office a little bit, but you have the fans who are then like, well, now the coach needs to be fired and bring in someone new and bring back this other thing, and it's like,
yeah,
that's always a weird thing because they fired the Cardinals coach. I don't know if you guys know that they made it to the wild card game, lost to the Dodgers, and they fired the manager. I don't know what the fuck that was up. I don't know if you guys heard that. Crazy.
I did not hear that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know that till last night. That was like, wow. Like he made it. I mean, they were, they still technically kind of made it to the playoffs, and then you're just going to fire him? That's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No.
But I want to piggyback over what Steven said, because we as fans, sometimes we hate the front office. Like me, I hate the front office of New York Knicks. I hate Dolan.
Because they're one of the worst front offices on earth.
The worst in the fucking planet. But I love my Knicks. So, I just wanted to bring that up because, like people want to say, oh, we're eating the Hamada burgers.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Well,
I'm a DC fan. Pump the fucking brakes.
No,
I think, and this is the spot where I think Ray and I are going to diverge a little bit, but that's why I try my hardest to not include the term "we" in my vocabulary when I talk about anything fandom related. And it's that reason exactly, because we get pleasure and pain from the success or failure of something we have nothing to do other than sitting on our couch and enjoying.
Correct.
That's right. I saw you guys talk about the we thing when it comes to sports. Yeah.
That's true.
And so the reason that we have conflict with the studio and with the front office is because like when your favorite sports team wins, you're not like, yeah, the general manager is awesome. No, you're like, you're associating with the quarterback. You're associating with, and when they fail or when they're let down, you don't want to blame the players because you are associating with the pleasure and pain of their success and failure, and so you want to project it on like, well, it's the decision makers that I'm in because they're letting me down. Like not letting you're just a dude that's observed. And I say this a little bit cynically because like I get it, like there is a. I'm not saying it's wrong to refer to it that way. I just personally avoid it because I know that the second I start associating with it too much, it's hard to draw that separation between like this is something that other people are doing and I am just observing. Mm-hmm. And if I identify too much with claiming or not claiming credit necessarily, but feeling credit or satisfaction from something they're doing, and feeling frustration from something they're doing, as opposed to simply appreciating the process and enjoying the excitement of it, it starts to, I don't know, it's hard to keep perspective on like what's being done and why. But that's what the really fascinating parallels I've seen between, you know, fandom as a concept is like you have all these people who's like you're a Batman fan and it's like your life is defined by Batman. It's like you don't own any of Batman. Batman's success and failures have nothing to do with you other than the fact that you enjoy him succeeding and you enjoy him failing. And it's a really interesting, I don't know, it's a really fascinating relationship, but like to my original point was that I think that's why there's an inherent conflict with the management, because it's easier to blame them than it is to be like, you know, we let them down. The talk stops the second that.
Yeah, no, and quite honestly, I really don't disagree with any of what you said with respect to, like, I respect that reasoning because, yeah, a lot of sports fans, I mean, they're like so close to being like, you know, the guys that, you know, like the nerd QAnon guys I talk about that like think Kathleen Kennedy is the bane of all existence, and you know, like, oh my goodness, or any of the people that we deal with that are just like, you know, they take so much ownership in something that isn't theirs, and like they wear their heart on their sleeve and they feel like they've been disrespected as a result of what has happened. And it's like, no, not really. You're just projecting.
It's got nothing to do with you.
Right.
Really. I mean, they want you to pay for your ticket, but like other than that, they don't really give a shit about you, sitting on your couch.
They don't know who you are. They don't know. Absolutely not. So no, it's very, and sports fans, listen, the we thing gets a little fuzzy with college only because with college you have like alumni and people that like went to the school that claim a little bit more ownership. And in their case, the school did take their money and maybe they still have a bill. So it's a little different there. But with pro teams, no, you're absolutely right. But a fan will like a Lions fan, for example, which apparently I heard that, like, they're wearing.
How they doing, by the way? Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I know. It sucks. It sucks because it's like, you know, when with the switch between Goff and Stafford, it just kind of shows you. It just shows you right there that
it's
not,
Thank you for bringing that up because for years. That's what half our fan base said. Matthew Stafford is the problem. We need every year draft a new quarterback, get a new we need to get someone new in there. And they were happy that the Goff trade happened. And now it's like every Rams game is just an arrow in their hearts.
Yeah. Well, imagine. I mean, you guys have at least had some stability at quarterback for a while. Imagine being.
We didn't do shit with it though, Steven.
Well, no, but like imagine. But that's better than getting it. Like, look at the Bears. Rodgers was. The Bears are playing the Packers, which is always a big deal on Sunday. And Rodgers was being interviewed, and he was asked if he could name all the Bears quarterbacks from like the last decade or whatever, and he couldn't. And I mean, you go look it up, and there's names in there that you've never heard of. Like, this is starting quarterbacks. We're not talking it's the third string guy that had to go in for an injury. No, we're talking about like guys they drafted in the first round. We're talking about guys who they made big trades for.
Cutler, Grossman, Miller. This isn't a fair thing for me because I follow the NFC North.
Yeah.
So it's like
no, but I mean, you've got Caleb Haney. Or like Brian Greasy or Kyle Orton. Brian Greasy had some success elsewhere. Jason Campbell. There's some like what? But the point is that, like, speaking of like trying to blame things on the quarterback, and then like finally they not to make it all about sports talk, but I think there's some interesting crossover about fandom and organizational.
No, I see it. Yeah, there definitely is.
There's absolutely a connection. Yes.
You get
that's why, like, when when that game ended, I was like, I gotta like log off Twitter because I'm seeing some stupid Dodger fan shit that I just like. Really, I saw somebody who like 106-7 wins and fall for nothing. I'm like, fuck you. They were going to be the Giants were pitted to be like one of the worst teams in baseball, and they had the best record of baseball. Yes, they're not going all the way, but when I saw like somebody like tweet that out, I was like, fuck you. Really? Yeah. Get out of here. And I'm just like, all right, I'm logging off if I'm seeing shit like that. Fucking Dodger fans.
Yeah, you've got you got that situation in quarterback at the Bears, and then they finally they use their first round pick on Justin Fields this year, and everyone's like, oh, this is the second coming of Mahomes and like all this stuff, and then they won't start him and they won't commit to him in the starter, and so fans are, oh, you got to start him, and they don't do so well in the first few games, and fans are like, oh, the coach is the worst in the world, and they need to fire him right away. And then the starter gets injured, so they put in Justin Fields for the next game. And because the offensive line is absolute trash, he gets sacked 9 times. 9 times. And it's like, gee, you wonder why they're keeping him. And then all of a sudden it's like, how dare he start him? That was incompetent. It's like, but you just, maybe there's reasons for this process. Which, speaking of the whole reason I started this whole tangent is because you talk about the overlap in sports and fandom, and you get to the trust the process phrase. Was there a 30 for 30 done on trust the process, or was that, you guys know what I'm talking about?
The Philly thing? Yeah. Philly, you mean? Or I don't
know. I gotta find out if it's a documentary, or regardless, just Google trust the process if you don't know about it and read up on it. If you're not into sport, if you know about it, it's a great read. But if you don't know about it, it's really enlightening. Even if you're not into sports, it's enlightening about like managing, because basically the general manager tanked intentionally for years to accumulate draft picks and build a good team. But it was like, how do you get people to come to sports games and continue to care? How do you not kill a franchise in the process of rebuilding it? Because you have to sell tickets, you have to get TV ratings and for people to tune in and watch it, but also you can't, if you play to win with a roster that isn't like properly attuned to win, you have to start shortchanging. Like, it's hard to get all of the guys that are the right age of the right skill set on the team at the right time, unless you embrace the tank for a little bit, or don't optimize your team for winning now, you optimize for winning tomorrow. But who's going to come out and say, we're not going to win this year? You know, and then the people just don't watch the games. We're not going to win. We're just going to give us a couple. Like, you can't say that, and so that's where trust the process comes in, and that's what he just say, trust the process. And it's debatable as to whether or not it worked out. But the idea of trying to control the fans with like, we know what we're doing, and we know it's not going to pay off immediately, but we have a plan, and you need to not stop getting mad at what we're doing today, and have hope for what this is going to result in a few years.
That's always that process. But Ben said he's getting the stink eye, so so he's got to take off. Ben, we'll see you tomorrow. Of course,
see you guys tomorrow.
Post DC Fandom and follow them, do all that stuff. Yeah,
you go. All right,
thanks, Ben. Thanks for showing up.
No, Steven, you're right though. Like, it's, I mean, even especially with trust the process, like it feels like on some level we've been told that by studios, or at least one studio in particular. So it's like, well,
and just because they're saying trust the process doesn't mean you should, but it does put into light the complicated relationship that organizationally any sort of leadership or management has in assembling a team of talent and like a set of puzzle pieces, and you're doing this under public scrutiny, and that's why WB has been so bad at that in recent years, because you get like something goes wrong and they're like, let's do a piece on how we're gonna do Black Superman, and it's like, now what you're doing now is you're mining. You're not trusting the process because you are selling content you don't have yet, instead of selling what you do have, but they can't sell what they do have because they sacrificed it in favor of what they didn't have yesterday. And it's like, and that's where when you get a team like Bill Belichick never has to say trust the process because the proof is in the pudding. Whereas you get, you know, when the second you're on your on your back foot, now all of a sudden you have to manage these expectations and instill confidence that yes, and the Snyderverse had the same problem is people didn't know where it was going. And I think having Mario on this right after Zack Snyder's Justice League came out
that was great.
Was really cool because he was able to see like, I get it now. It's like that's trust.
There's a lot of Superman fans that were like, "Oh my god, okay, that's what we were leading to."
So you want to talk about trust the process? It's like this is going somewhere,
right? Yeah.
However, you know, but how do you know if Ann Sarnoff or Walter Hamada says trust the process? Can you know how do you? I don't know. It's a really complicated thing, and so I'm not saying like people need to chill out so much as it's just a fascinating conundrum of being a spectator in these global massive business entertainment conglomerates.
I can actually relate that to a local sports situation with my favorite team, Michigan. Like after Lloyd Carr retired in 2007, we hired Rich Rodriguez from West Virginia. And at the time, he was like this offensive guru, like spread option offense was like his big thing, right? But the Big Ten, you know, like the Midwest is all like run the football, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, physical offensive lines and all that type. And there was like a tradition there, right? So when he came in and was like, we're going to do spread and we're going to have 5 wide, and we're going to do the mobile quarterbacks. And there were a lot of people in Ann Arbor that hated the idea. And
and the second it doesn't work, it's in my day we had running backs that broke tackles.
And that's exactly what happened. And so like his first year,
a bunch of Uncle Ricos.
Yeah.
What do you want to throw this
football over the mountain?
Totally. And so like his first year he went 3-9. Like the year before,
you gotta get some Uncle Rico drops in here.
I know I should. Yeah, there's some good drops.
But like he went 3-9 the first year, then he went 5-7 the second year, and then his last year at Michigan he went 7-5, and they fired him. Well, here's the thing: is like they fired him, and the new guy they brought in, Brady Hoke, took over in that his first year, but he still had all of Rich Rodriguez's players, and the system was still built for like what he was doing. And his first year, they won 11 games. With his system and his players. And it's like, well, if you would have just stuck with him, like year 4, he would have won 11 games. And they beat Ohio State. That's the last time we beat Ohio State, which is fucking awful. But at any rate, they didn't trust the process.
They didn't trust the process.
And they cut it off a year early and didn't continue on. But then, and now it's like, so they went through like 4 years of whatever difficulty with Brady Hoke. We didn't do shit. And then they hire Harbaugh in 2015 and they trust the process. And it's been 7 years and we haven't done shit. No, we still haven't done it. It's just, yeah. So it's
Harbaugh, man.
It's a very similar situation in terms of like cutting it off early. And the real reason I brought this up is because like back then Rich Rod was doing spread option and everybody was like, no, I formation, off guard, off tackle. Well, now what's everybody doing in college football? Spread offense. Everybody. Alabama's doing spread offense. Clemson, Ohio State. So literally what we had with Rich Rod back in 2008 is what we're ended up needing to have now.
Well, and again,
we got rid of it too early.
And then relating to this, like to the movie entertainment side, I mean, that's what you always have is you have like the trendsetters and the followers. And you have like the NFL has, and football in general has evolved to a way more pass heavy, quarterback friendly system. But what you usually have with that, or like you saw like with defense, you know, like the Tampa 2 was like the biggest thing ever, like a few years ago, and now it's like useless, because everyone knows how to circumvent it. But what happens is you have someone like your success stories like the Patriots and Tom Brady or the Chiefs and like the modern Chiefs or you've got in movies you've got the MCU or whatever, and what happens is someone comes along and they do well and everyone says like, oh, that's the thing that works now. This is now a passing league. And so then you get a bunch of people who their talent set does not fit. You know, there's only one Bill Belichick. There's only one Andy Reid that like assemble these teams, right? I guess, you know, I don't know the names of the GMs, or I'd probably give them more credit. But the fact is that like you start to reverse engineer a diagnosis of what they're doing right. Versus like it's easy for anyone to sit on the couch and be like, I know why they're losing. Like, you know,
I get it. I know exactly.
Eating your popcorn. You're like, they just need to run the ball. Like that's easy. Whereas like, who's gonna be like, oh yeah, Bill Belichick. I'm gonna tell him why he like. You don't know why he's good because he's built like. There's no other Bill Belichick. I'm not even saying that as a fan of the guy. I think he's kind of a dick, but like he knows how to win football, right? But so. What happens then is everyone tries to like be the next Brady or the next Belichick, the next Mahomes, whatever the trendsetter is. When the fact of the matter is that they're not good because like Brady's not good because of who he's emulating. He's good because of who he is. But the winner is always what they do best. And then everybody else is just failing to emulate that instead of breaking out at being their own thing. And you see that in every industry. There's a bunch of followers who fail to be as good as the original, and then there's a bunch of and that's what was going back to movies and Zack Snyder. That's what was so interesting about Snyder is that he was doing something different, and not even in a way that's like you could say better or worse than.
But it was
MCU,
different.
But it was something different. The intent wasn't to be better or worse. The intent was to be different. And even if those people didn't like it, great. It's not being done to be better than what you're enjoying now. It's being done to give you a variety of choice, and maybe in the process it'll be better. But in an effort to chase the format of what the perceived reasons for success of the top dogs were. And that's why you get like the obsession with Rotten Tomatoes, because the MCU has a perfect record on Rotten Tomatoes. Not a single movie has been. But is that a symptom or a cause? Is the universe good and does well at the box office because of Rotten Tomatoes, or is the Rotten Tomatoes score good because of something else that is intangible that people don't understand and they just blame it on Rotten Tomatoes? Or does good Rotten Tomatoes beget good Rotten Tomatoes? If the first 16 movies in the MCU weren't fresh, would Ant-Man, or whatever order that came in, would Ant-Man have been fresh? Or if that was like the third movie, would they have been like, that's like a 59?
We're done. This franchise is done.
Agreed.
But there's a level of benefit of the doubt that once again that you get with these. Bill Belichick makes a crazy decision. Nobody's gonna say like, what Belichick should be doing. Like they're gonna trust the process, right? Because they've seen
process.
And so that's just and that's why I will always respect more the ambition of trying to do your own thing and assemble your own path in anything. Be the best you. Here's where I transfer into being a motivational speaker. Be the best you can be. Don't try to be the best. Don't try to stand on somebody else. I mean, unless standing on someone else's shoulders can get you somewhere. That's
maybe
great.
Help.
But yeah, it's just crazy to see everyone focused on like emulating what they see in success somewhere else, because you're never going to be better. That's why after seeing The Force Awakens, maybe I was like, it was good. I really enjoyed it as like a solid movie, but there was an element of like disappointment where I was like, oh, there's never going to be a Star Wars movie better than The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah. And it's not because they're incapable of being better than The Empire Strikes Back. It's because they're afraid to try.
Yeah.
Yes. Following the process.
And that's like I said, I enjoyed The Force Awakens, but it had that like bittersweet like feeling of like, oh, they're just not going to try to go there because of the best movie since The Empire Strikes Back. They'll be happy to make $1 million the best movie since Empire Strikes Back. They'd rather do $1 million the best Star Wars since The Empire Strikes Back movies than they would try to do better than Empire Strikes Back and have it be not good.
And then they get ballsy and they're like, hey, we're gonna kill Han, and then you go, well, why'd you do that? Well, what? Wait. We wanted to see all three of the. Why'd you do that?
Steven, I
overcorrected.
had the same moment because it was like after Force Awakens when I have a rule with my Star Wars rankings. My rule is that no matter what, Episode 5 and Episode 4 are 1 and 2, because nothing that they make after those will eclipse either of those movies, and that's just a perception that I personally subjectively have based on what they've done since those movies.
That's why I always say with the prequels, it's funny because they get all this crap for like, oh, it's just connecting the dots, or they're just shoehorning in references, like with 3PO being Anakin's and all that stuff. But like, of the like handful of those things that people groan about them like being obvious kind of setups, in terms of like the traditional prequel problem that most movies have, it's very much devoid of that in so many ways that other movies that are prequels commonly have, where like Lucas was actually breaking outside of the fill in the blank expectations tonally, set expectations, sometimes to the point of like people believing that it broke canon until it was like retroactively fixed or whatever, because he's like, I'm just going to tell I'm not making a Star Wars greatest hits here. I'm making my own thing. And that's, you see the love it or hate it. It's a fundamentally different approach to like what Disney is doing, where they say like, we want to capture that essence of Star Wars. George Lucas was never concerned about capturing the essence of Star Wars.
No, he just wanted to tell a story.
He wanted to tell a story in the format that worked best. Love it or hate it, successful or not, there's something very different than emulating what you love about Star Wars versus just making a Star Wars movie.
Yeah, because when you look at the prequels, it's not like it follows the same path as the original trilogy or anything like that. It's like, to me, I'm like, Attack of the Clones, I mean, it veered off, and I was like, I thought Phantom Menace was very much in line of like how Return of the Jedi was, because that final act had like the 3 different battles. You had like the land battle, you had the space battle, and you had the Jedi battle. So I was like, all right, that falls very much in the vein of all that. But I'm like, but that's the first movie. That's interesting. That almost seemed like, very Return of the Jedi-esque. And then when it came to Attack of the Clones, I'm like, I don't even know. That's totally off the map. That's not even like how Star Wars. And I'm critical on Attack of the Clones, but then when it comes to Revenge of the Sith, I'm like, there was something there for sure. There was something like Lucas was trying to be like, hey, this is where we get our Vader, and this is where we're going to get our ultimate fight. And when you rewatch that Obi-Wan and Anakin fight, my God, it's a thing of beauty. It really is. Like, that is the best of the prequels for sure, and might even be better than some of the newer shit. I don't know. I'd have to keep on rewatching. I'm just saying, but I'm not going to probably get hate for that. But
it's just like how. I remember seeing the prequels get hate. I remember giving hate to the prequels because we all hated Phantom Menace for a variety of reasons, and then we were like, okay, Attack of the Clones is a little better, but whatever. And then we all really loved Revenge of the Sith, and so like at that, but from that generation, we were like, from our era, we're like, okay, original trilogy, that's our trilogy, original trilogy. And now it's like, and then I like within the last couple of years, like since I got on Twitter, it was like, I remember I posted one thing. It was kind of disparaging about the prequel trilogy, and I got blasted. These people that were like, "How dare you?"
You never know when it's going to reach that fandom. You never know.
Well, but it was like, I literally was like, when did people start defending the prequel trilogy? And I was like, this is interesting. This is cool. And it's like
ever since the new trilogy came out, that's when it started happening.
But it's also
the new one.
Yeah,
for sure. But it's also a generational thing, because you have to remember, like, there's a gap. There's like a generational gap between like when Return of the Jedi came out, which was 83, and then when all the way to 99 when Phantom Menace comes out. That's like a whole. So anybody that was a kid when Phantom Menace came out, they didn't grow up with the original trilogy. They grew up with the prequel trilogy, and so now they're older and they're like, well, this was my Star Wars. This was Anakin and Obi-Wan and Padme and Mace Windu and all that. Like, that's what they connect with. Whereas the rest of us, we're still talking about Luke and Han and Leia, because that's what we grew up with. And so they fiercely defend what they grew up with. And I've said this, That's going to happen with the sequel trilogy. We're going to get to a point like 5-10 years down the road where anybody that was a kid in 2015 that grew up with Rey and Finn and Poe and all that, they're going to be on whatever evolution of Twitter is. Somebody from
it even goes to the cape shit. It's like, what's your Batman? What's your Superman? You know, it's like who grew up with what? You know, I mean, I grew up with the Keatons and stuff like that, but I'm one of those. I'm like, I can be like, well, I'm a Ben Affleck guy all the way. That's my Batman, even though I'm like, you know, my 30s when that happens. But then at the same time, I'm just one of those people like, I'm looking forward to Pattinson and seeing what the fuck. I mean, we heard his voice again in that little teaser, and I'm like, I like that. I like that a lot. And I won't be afraid to be like, if I watch the Batman on March, hopefully 3rd or even before that, I'm going to be like, I even thought about this today, you know, especially with all the new stuff that we're getting for DC Fandom. I went, there's a possibility that this movie could be better than The Dark Knight. It could be better.
Okay. So
yeah,
I've been saying that for a while now.
There's a possibility.
I know that the general consensus, and Tim agrees. Tim at Squadcast Media, he agrees with me on this. The general consensus from everybody is like The Dark Knight is the best. He and I both agree. He and I both believe that Batman Begins is the best solo Batman film.
Anybody who says that, I'm with you. It's just I'm totally with you.
But to your point, I am fully open-minded and ready to walk out of potentially walk out of that theater on March 4th, going, okay, that's the best one. Yeah. I am prepared for that to possibly be the case.
Also, I'm ready or not ready. I'm dreading the discourse around that.
Oh,
because of course there'll be fights over it, and I think that unfortunately, because we're going to see criticism of, I think a lot of people are going to think that Bale's Batman doesn't age well. I think is what the consensus is.
People can't get past the voice, you know.
And I get that because that was a criticism at the time.
It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is, you know.
What don't you fucking understand?
I think what's rough about those movies that in their place in the modern discourse is that our generation doesn't necessarily they were always going to age out a little bit. And I was talking about in the same sense of the superhero physique in those, how that was a new thing at the time. And so the way they portrayed Batman had never been done that way. This relates a little bit to what I was talking about with sports and stuff. But I think something that is really interesting that was pointed out by, I don't know who said this, but really interesting with you see it with stand-up comedians or just comedy in general, is that you look at a lot of comedy legends of the 80s. Not that they're not funny anymore, but if you go back and watch the stuff, it's not nearly as funny as what you remember it being at the time, because since you've got your Chris Farley,
it doesn't hold up.
And it's not because Chris Farley is less funny than he was in the 80s. It's because, or the the 90s, whenever you want to. But it's not that it's not that it's not as funny or wasn't funny at the time. It's that was groundbreaking, and then someone has since come along and picked up where he left off. And maybe even we've had multiple generations of that. And so you get and so you look at modern superhero movies, and they are what they are because of, there was a whole, the whole first phase of the MCU, whenever they were interviewed, they were everyone said oh, we want to make it like The Dark Knight. Even back as far back as New Mutants, when I was on the set for that's what everyone was saying was, oh, we want it to be grounded and that was in, mid 2016, 27, or no, it was filming in 2017 or 2018. But now the reference point is the first Iron Man or the Avengers, right? That's what people say. But it's really hard to look back and evaluate and do I'm sure the Batman side by side is going to be a better movie than the Nolan Batman movies, but that's because Christopher Nolan walked so that Matt Reeves could run, and that doesn't. You can't say well, Nolan only walked, therefore he's not as good. It's no, that he redefined a genre with those movies.
Absolutely.
You can't look back on that out of context and be oh, well, the voice. And the same thing as you look up at the Raimi movies, and there's some tonally weird stuff, but also it was made in 2000. 2, right? Was the first one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, how are you going to look back at that and be like, oh, that doesn't mesh with modern sensibilities, so therefore it's not as good as like Homecoming? It's like, no, it was like even more than Nolan, potentially Raimi showed what was possible with this. Like the only reason that any of these movies exist in the capacity that they do potentially is because of what Raimi did, regardless of whether or not that holds up perfectly.
He absolutely, with that first one and the second one, like he like kind of helped redefine the comic book aesthetic in live action, because I think there was always like this tug of war initially, like, okay, how much of this is going to be real world and how much of this is going to lean into the ridiculousness and the suspension of disbelief. And he was able to like straddle the line and be like, okay, look, yeah, the classic is in there. Yes, this is a story about, you know, him going through high school and growing up and doing all of that, but I'm still going to have the crazy Danny Elfman score, and I'm still going to have Willem Dafoe do the crazy goblin laugh and all that. Like, it's still he nailed how to push that forward.
Well, he's always been good about that. If you look at the Evil Dead trilogy, I mean, it went from that was like his first baby, the first Evil Dead. That's why I love it so much, is the fact that that was just something that he wanted to do. They made it on like just a barely of a budget. They went out into that cabin and just shot that, but he utilized so many tricks in that, and then all of a sudden in the final act he has all this fucking stop motion animation that happens, and I'm like, holy shit, that's where like most of the budget went, of course. And then when you actually watch Evil Dead 2 and then you go to Army of Darkness, it's like, all right, the tone just changed. It wasn't like serious anymore. It was like, and I think Raimi always had a good balance of like, okay, what should be grounded, what should be, you know, just let's just go like, hey, it is what it is.
Drag Me to Hell is like that too.
Oh my God,
Drag Me to Hell is very much like that.
Can I have a hot take on
the
Dark Knight?
No.
You can't.
No.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
unless never mind. I don't want to call it out before it happens in case I'm right.
No. So the Dark Knight like trilogy will forever change cinema, and what it did for film and superhero film, you know, is uncontested.
I mean, it is the reason there are 11 Best Picture slots. Like, it changed the industry.
It literally is. Yes,
right.
It was the first one to hit $1 billion.
Right.
First one financially to do that.
Right, but it wasn't a good Batman story. Like, I
wouldn't say
you
that.
could replace Batman.
I think you're trying to say that because the Heath Ledger was like really drove that movie, right?
Well, not.
Well, he's saying like, in terms of as an adaptation, like if you hold it up side by side in the comics, it's
you're saying the whole trilogy, not just the second movie.
Not just the second movie, all three. If
right.
you plucked Batman out of those movies and inserted, you know, James Bond type assassin, you know, spy guy number one, I mean, it's the same movie. It wasn't a good Batman movie. It was a great thriller. It was a great action, you know, action packed. Like it just wasn't a Batman story. And it will hold the test of time as being one of the greatest superhero films of all time. But Batman, you know, we didn't. The way I look at it is, when Christian Bale was Batman, that was Batman, right? To all of us, that was Batman. But then we saw Ben, and we were like, "Oh, that's Batman."
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, like at the same time, I'm like, I think it was still a good Batman story because there's some elements like the exchanges between Bruce and Alfred. There's like a lot of good stuff there.
I think.
What the hell? This bot keeps on coming into the chat.
Have
Sorry.
A hot take about a hot take on that hot take would be, I would argue, really technically is probably true of any, like you could say that about some of the comics too, right? Or like say it about James Bond. Like, how can't you replace James Bond with Jason Bourne, or whatever? But I think that I don't even necessarily disagree so much as I would say that that is what made it work, or why it was successful, and not because I wouldn't say like they abandoned or contradicted the story of Batman at all, but like any ground. I mean, look at The Dark Knight Returns, and you say like that's not a Batman story, it's just a.
But that changed Batman. That's what's so great about that story.
And it's being able to go out and stretch to the boundaries of what does this mean, or what, like, and even looking at Reeves, who knows where it's going to take it, but like already with the suit, that's a totally different kind of take on the aesthetic of or the Batmobile, right? Like we're already looking at like just how much is this going to embrace the, like, Batman and Robin from Schumacher is honestly probably the closest anybody is going to try for a long time to do a Batman movie that like really tries to embrace. But once again, what era of comics are you even looking at embracing? I think that the genre is so wide that that to define something as being a Batman movie or not a Batman movie is all going to depend on like what you're looking at, but then also is that even a, like, because on the flip side, I think that there is a version of that is very much quote unquote a Batman movie where it's just fill in the blank, right? It's like we all know how these stories go. We've seen them in the comics, Batman and then the Joker and then whatever. Whereas what separates this is the fact that he wasn't constrained to, here's the same story you've all seen a million times before, and I just have Christian Bale doing a scratchy voice instead. Like,
do you think that the Matt Reeves? So I do like what you said about how Nolan had to walk so Reeves could run. Do you think that in the Matt Reeves Batman, yes, there'll be, it'll be pretty grounded for the most part, but do you think that they'll leave the door open to other characters, mystical stuff, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, I think the definition of what grounded has changed so much since what Nolan did.
Right.
Like look at Batfleck, right? Like that's arguably in some ways even more grounded than what Nolan did, because he didn't have all the like Wayne Tech. He had Wayne Tech stuff, but I mean some of the Wayne Tech stuff that they introduced in that was a little bit like much. Whereas like the Batmobile that they used was like an actual car that they built and ran on a track to figure out how to do it for the chase scene. And Affleck actually was that big, and I mean and then but it shares a universe with Superman, but like Man of Steel was grounded, right? And then but then as we expand, it's like, oh wait, so Killer Croc in the Suicide Squad references that he had some sort of a history with Batman, and the Joker exists in this universe, and so there's and then we've got the Nightmare and Flash coming in, and it's like all of a sudden, like the second you introduce Flash and you're like, oh, you've got this grounded take, yet you're splitting off into this entire like Nightmare universe. Is that still grounded? Well, it took a grounded universe and showed how it can connect to a insane, fantastical, post-apocalyptic hellscape universe, but that's still grounded because it's rooted in this like, oh no, he was sitting in the Batcave in this grounded sense, and then the Flash it acknowledges that like this is a dimensional time space continuum shift, right?
Right.
So I don't know, I guess going back to the original question, I think that it will be very grounded, but in a way that like, yes, you could introduce that stuff. Whereas like Nolan, I think Superman existing in that universe would just break the universe.
Yeah, it would just.
Bale could never fight
like
Superman.
In Nolan's universe, a Superman existing.
Yeah. Well, because and I know it's impossible to do this, or relatively impossible. It's impossible not to compare live action Batman.
Oh, of course not.
But I've always felt that it's been there really is a large degree of like unfairness comparing Bale and Affleck. It's the unfairness is comparing what Nolan did to what Snyder did, because they were not doing the same thing.
No.
Christopher Nolan was absolutely Christopher Nolan was basically like, okay, Batman doesn't really exist, but if he did, here's how he'd do it, using what exists and like principle. Like my favorite part of one of my favorite parts of Begins. I love that movie to death. It's my favorite one in the whole trilogy. But the part where he's building everything, where he and Alfred are putting the suit together.
I was just gonna say that.
Where he's going to Fox and what's that?
Masks.
Tumblr? Oh, you wouldn't be interested in that. Like, and all of it is, and like all of the, you're hearing all the practical applications, like the Nomex survival suit, and putting a current through this fabric, the memory cloth, and what the Tumbler actually was built as a military vehicle. The whole time I'm like, okay, this is how a crazy billionaire would actually do this in real life.
Everything had a practical thing. Everything had a practical practical effect, even down to, do you remember when they ordered like a bunch of masks?
And they had to order
10,000
just to hide the fact.
Yeah.
Well, at least
he covered all the bases.
Well, Nolan made it so that everything was explained.
Yeah.
And I thought that was brilliant.
But I think Reeves is going to do something like that too, in a different sense, in a much darker, grittier sense. Like the Bat Cave that we saw is not really a Bat Cave; it's a makeshift Bat Cave kind of thing. It's not under Wayne Manor. It's
the Batmobile isn't a tank; it's a muscle car.
Yeah,
Well, and I think that's an interesting. I think that in a way, Reeves, and I don't know how far he'll go in the first movie, but I think it'll make more sense if and when he cheats the realism. But in a way, he's almost going to go more grounded, or it's going to feel more grounded than Nolan, in a way that allows him to then introduce the fantastical stuff without it being so insane. And I feel like, as I'm sure we've all seen Mask of the Phantasm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So I've always gotten the sense that like this version of Batman isn't going to be so far removed from when he wears the ski mask and he jumps down and robs that truck. Like obviously he's got the full blown suit, but if you remember that scene, how he's got like all of this like proto Batman gear, and he's swinging on the rope and he's got the spike balls instead of like the batarangs but it's all like it's like when it comes to animation, it was like a surprisingly kind of grounded take on the character. I think it's going to harken a lot closer to that, but as a result, because they're not going to be like, ooh, the highest tech thing here is this Nomex polymer and all that kind of stuff. What that does is kind of leaves the door open for like, you haven't established a ceiling of where, like, this is the peak of the peak of the peak. You're just going to be like, oh no, this is Batman operating out of like in the early days and he's souping up a muscle car. And that leaves this like, it's almost a lie of like, there's all of this much more undiscovered headspace up above that of where they could take it fantastically.
But do you think it would be a good idea? I mean, this is kind of like, it's not off topic, but with Fandome, especially last year, Fandome touted that there'll be a character for everybody, a hero for everybody. Do you think that they're going to try to establish a Justice League on Matt Reeves' Batman Earth?
No, not at all. They'll establish a Bat family, but not a Justice League.
No. Bat family, I could definitely see, but not not a Justice League. No,
because I'm not really a fan of that.
And I don't think that Reeves, I never know how accurate the like, supposedly he got full creative control and what does that mean and will WB honor that and is that even true, or is that just a rumor? But I've kind of been using that as my understanding of like, it does seem they have allowed him, like they're test screening a version that's close to 3 hours. The fact that made it to test screening says that like, it's being at least considered, right? Which is a a big.
I still say 245 or a little bit
well, we heard almost 3, so I'm thinking 245 to 255 probably is what it'll be.
I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be 230 to 245, but I hope closer to 245 for sure.
I'll take 245.
I'm betting. I've got a feeling it'll be 245 plus. But regardless of like debating that, I think that Reeves has an interest in sort of Gotham and the Bat family, but I don't think part of what my understanding of what he was sold on was being allowed to do his own thing and not having to meet a larger universe. And so yeah, sure, he's got the Gotham show and this other stuff that's going to tie into it, but when you start, and even just logistically speaking about it, it doesn't make as much sense to like introduce a Justice League and like think about what it does. Like look at that first trailer and imagine having a trilogy planned around that, and starting with that, and then having to like fit into a larger Justice League. It feels very contrary to what he wants to do.
Oh yeah, and I didn't mean like in the first movie,
right?
Like introducing a Justice League, but like down the line.
But I think what Steven's saying, I think that's another thing that fans don't take into account when they look at continuity, the whole continuity argument and the whole connective tissue argument with respect to all of these. In a lot of cases, and I realize that we have the MCU as like the prime example of how they do it, like episodically speaking. But I feel like in a lot of cases, especially when you're talking about a studio that, you know, even with everything that's happened in the last couple of years with Zack Snyder, still a studio that is supposed to be like, okay, freedom for the creatives. Well, they don't all want to connect. They all want to tell, most of them, I think, this, from my perspective, they want to tell their own stories. They don't want to come into a situation and be like, okay, here's the rules. You got to mention this character. You got to put that cameo in. You got to do this. Got to make sure it lines up with this film that happened 2 years ago and make certain that it sets up this film that happens 2 years from now. They just want to come in and be like, this is my story. I want to tell it. I feel like the majority of them are like that. And so while fans are arguing like, oh, well, where does this fit? And how come that doesn't fit there? And why didn't they tell him this? I think a lot of them don't want to be told that. A lot of them just want to tell their story and that's it. And if something else comes of that, cool. But it's almost like the Todd Phillips thing where it's like, you know, the whole idea of a Joker sequel. It's like, well, if they have a story, if a story comes in and they feel strongly enough about, then they'll do it. Otherwise, they don't want to do it just for the sake of doing it.
Yeah, and for the money and everything.
Right.
Yeah, it's all interesting. But I wanted to. We have a video question actually from William, Sci-Fi Center.
Hey, my boy.
Yeah, he submitted a video today, so let's see what he has to say. I haven't actually even listened to the question, so this will be fresh for me too. Here we go.
Hey, Junkee, Vodka Stream crew. Given the fact that most of these execs that are currently running DC Films and WB will be replaced by the incoming regime, what are the odds that any of these announcements that are taking place that are not currently in front of a camera will ever happen? And do you think they will, A, be canceled entirely, B, severely delayed, or C, creatively changed from the point that they are now, given that most regimes that are incoming will want to hit the ground with their own vision? Thanks. Bye.
All right, so basically it's like we have some announcements that might happen, but then we got the new regime. So he's kind of wondering, it's always been a question of like, how much is this whole merger that's going to happen next year, how much influence they have even now? I know there's always been that question. It's like, is there stuff that's been kind of in the works now where they're like, hey, you know, Zaslav's like, hey, why don't you do this or whatever the fuck, you know? Some people question about that right now too. Is like, is there some influence already happening currently too, you know? What do you think, Steven?
I think it depends on the project, and it's, I would say kind of in a way same rules still apply, but it's always hard to know what's what and where it is in this franchise, because you've got stuff like Nightwing that has just kind of been, is that a movie that really exists or is it not? Or you've got, you know, the multiple Black Superman projects they've announced multiple times or has been teased multiple times that seem to be just kind of their get out of jail free card, like PR thing that they do. You know, and how far in development are those actually, and will they show up? Or look at what happened with New Gods. That was a very similar situation of, you know, was that even ever actually happened? How far along was that? And once again, as I always pointed out with that one, WB never officially confirmed that one. That was all Ava DuVernay
and Tom King.
And I think that it was their attempt to try to get it greenlit. Or you look at like the Spielberg Blackhawks movie, like what happened to that, right?
Yeah, we haven't heard anything. Yeah.
And so I would say a lot of that stuff has, is more likely to kind of disappear into the background. But stuff like, the stuff that has creatives officially attached to it, like anything they're going to talk about at Fandome, I would expect to happen. So anything Blue Beetle or Batgirl or any of the stuff that's in the
Black
works.
Canary.
Yes, but pay attention to pay attention to stuff that is like has been like announced or maybe only announced via the trades but not officially commented on, and doesn't have anyone officially attached. And when I say officially attached, I don't mean like Ava to New Gods. I mean like WB saying, this guy is directing writing Blue Beetle or whatever. So any of that I would say is subject to change, as it always has been. But I would not expect them to put the axe to anything that is, actively moving forward.
I would agree with that. I think if we see it tomorrow, I would, unless like
we'll see the finish. Yeah.
Right. And mind you, this whole IATSE thing is likely could potentially screw things up as well, like as far as delays and everything, depending on what happens with that strike. But like generally speaking, yeah, I don't see a scenario where like something is announced tomorrow officially and Zaslav just says kill that. I feel like he may want to add to what they're doing, but I don't know that he wants to like wipe the slate clean and just start I feel like they're going to look at this and they're probably already looking at it going, okay, what have they got? Well, they've got Shazam. They've got The Rock with Black Adam. They've got the Aquaman sequel. They've got this Flash movie. All right, cool. Those are, let's continue those and let's build off of what they're doing with all of that, whatever that is. I mean, quite honestly, I just hope that they bring some order and organization. But we don't even know. Like, I mean, I still caution people. It's like, please don't act like this is going to be this is not another savior situation. This is also something that happens in sports, Steven, where it's like the savior coach is going to come help us, or the savior GM is going to come fix everything. And it's like they walk into a situation with whatever the previous GM or coach left them, and it's going to take them a couple of years. Like that's what Steve Yzerman said about the Wings when he took over. He's like, it takes time. And it's like still 3 or 4 years, we're still trusting the Yzer plan, the process, and still waiting, but he's having to change over and do a lot of stuff. And it's like, okay. And it's probably going to be the same thing here, but I don't see a case where they're just going to like cut off anything that I agree with you. Anything that's announced tomorrow is probably going to happen.
It will. And you know what's funny? I just got sent a DM. Apparently there was a leak. I'm not going to show it. The only thing I want to show right now is because I looked at my timeline real quick and I was like, oh man, is this on the timeline? But apparently there was a leak of Dwayne Johnson in his full-on Black Adam costume. Yeah, someone just sent it to me, but I'm not going to show it. Said I'm going to show Ben Affleck and Matt Damon at 15 years old. Yeah. I saw that. I was like, oh, wow. How adorable. Look at those two. 15 years old. Jeez. Anyways. So, but that's what I'll show. But yeah, apparently, be on the lookout, guys. There's actually there could be, I don't know. It just got sent and it was just like,
well, what's this thing did you guys see this thing that The Rock actually posted an hour ago?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The show. Okay. You did.
When Siike and I were, first started, somebody brought it up. He actually posted on his Instagram like an hour before he posted it on Twitter.
Right.
That's the thing. It's like people were saying like, hey, and I went, or I even think Siike even said that. He was like, hey, there's some Black Adam stuff that The Rock posted. So we went to, Steven, were you here at that time? Or was that like an hour in? I don't even know.
That was right after ACS joined.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it was.
Yeah, because I'm the one that said play
it. Yeah. So we actually watched that little teaser thing, but then he didn't post it on Twitter till like probably like I don't know, a half hour later or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Dave, I think I just saw it. I'm not.
Yeah. The Black Adam thing. Yeah.
Yes, I think I just saw it.
It'll make the rounds. It'll definitely make the rounds.
It looks like we're gonna see this tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Right. We're gonna see it in the as in prepared form as they want us to see it. So.
Yeah, it looks. It's not going to look as good as it's going to look on the big screen.
Right.
But before we wrap this up, because we should, but man, geez, all of a sudden I got a Patreon question from Jacob that is just like, damn, it's a long one, but here we go. A question for you and the panel. So I had seen the last duel earlier. He spelled duel wrong, by the way, Jacob. Come on, it's not with an A, it's with an E.
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah. I assume you didn't. Yeah, I did not. I went and watched Halloween tonight, but I don't think this is a spoiler, but it's unique to thing that the movie did. Not even 2 minutes into the movie, the screen goes black and it reads chapter 1. And I wasn't really expecting it, but we've only seen from so many directors. So my question is, what movie that has so much story to tell do you think would benefit from being told in chapters? I'll make it harder. What character, villain, or neutral from any movie do you think would benefit from having a chapter dedicated to telling their story or perspective of the story for anyone who has an answer? So he's talking about chapters, and apparently, I mean, I want to see Last Duel so bad, but I was like, all right, I'm going to see Halloween first, and was not impressed. It was okay. It was okay. Really? The kills and gore were cool, but the fucking story was dog shit.
I've actually seen a bunch of love for it.
I heard it was doing really well.
I've never seen a single Halloween franchise movie, so I'm not opinionated.
I'm sure it will, but I mean, like,
all the Halloween movies are like.
I was more curious about that one because they were, and I haven't tried this, but weren't they? They didn't scrap the day and date. They did go day and date with that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Like I could watch that on Peacock right now if I wanted to, right?
Yeah, you could,
exactly.
You could.
So I was curious about how
if you like the kills, you like that whole aspect of it, cool. But when it came to this, like when they were trying to do like an actual plot, I was going, this is not working for me. Like it's just, I don't know. There's certain things that they were trying to do, and then at the same time, I'm just going, all right, are we just gonna admit that Michael Myers is superhuman? And he what does he do? Travel through portals? I don't know, because he's wearing work boots. How is he creeping up on people? I mean, at this point, it's like when we hear him walk around.
Suspend belief, Dave.
Like, boom,
Suspend
boom,
belief.
Boom, boom, boom. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, he is now. It's got to be a supernatural aspect to him now, right? Can we just like figure that out? Which I think they're trying to lean into. It felt like it, and I was like, cool. All right, so if we're gonna get another movie, lean into the fact that he is just made of pure evil, and it's like a weird like thing where you have to get a priest to like damn him to hell or something like that. I don't know, because he's not human. He's definitely not human. Anyways. And it's just, I don't know. I liked the Halloween that came out in 2018 when they brought Jamie. I thought that was like a perfect setup, but where they took it with this story, especially with her, I went, all right, that was kind of lame, to be honest. That was just me. I was like, but the kills were cool. They were gory. Some of them were pretty creative. I was like, all right, cool. But at the same time, there was like a lot of dumb people that were just like, you just go, what? Why would you? You know, So anyways, back to the question at hand, which was, I don't even remember it now. It was basically
character would benefit from a chapter treatment.
Yeah. It's the chapter thing. You know, Quentin Tarantino's used it and he utilized it well.
He's.
I think there's two different approaches, and one is like a New Gods movie.
Yeah.
Right, you could do like chapter 1 or prologue, the day of the death of the New Gods or whatever. But then there's also like a hardcore noir, like The Question movie that would also be really cool, or something like that, like street level kind of gritty take. So I can see a lot of different kind of characters and approaches benefiting from that.
I was thinking if they ever did an adaptation of the Long Halloween, you really have to do that in chapters.
You would.
I would think.
Well, a lot of those comic arcs were, and how many like we know them as graphic novels, but they were released as like 5 or 7 or whatever,
right.
Comic runs or comic issues.
That is kind of weird how during the time when they were releasing, it's like you had to wait. It was like waiting for a TV show.
Yeah,
you had to actually go buy the book, but we can just go buy the book and watch and read the whole story right now. Like I have it right over there.
Because that's not even like we know of stuff like Dickens, like The Great Expectations was released that way, which is hilarious because if that was done today, it would be called. People would accuse it of being like a money grub or something. Like Great Expectations today would be a Patreon exclusive.
You know what? When it comes to Great Expectation, I always get reminded anytime that's talked about. I think about Hot Shots Part 2 when they were like in the plane before they were going to parachute out to their mission. And it's got, Charlie Sheen, Topper Harley, and one of the other characters, Ryan Stiles, actually, from Whose Line and Drew Carey Show. Funny guy. He's like, hey, Topper, what are you reading? He's all, Great Expectations. He's all, any good? He's all, nah, not all I hope for. And I'm like, it was just a simple joke because it's called Great Expectations. He's like, nah, not all I hope for. It was just the simplistic of that joke always stuck with me because it was just so simple.
Well, that's what I love about the Geoffrey Chaucer character in A Knight's Tale. One of my favorite jokes of all movies is when he was like, perhaps you've heard of me. I wrote the Book of the Duchess. And he's like, no, I haven't. He's like, oh, well, it was allegorical. So, or it's not for everyone. It was allegorical. And the dude is like, well, we'll hold that against you. That's for each man to decide for himself. It's like, and then he's like, move on. And it's like,
that was Bettany's character.
Yeah,
right?
Bettany was Chaucer. Yeah. I mean, the whole writing of Chaucer in that is hilarious because he's basically an unreliable narrator, but they never make it clear. But you can tell in the scene where he says, he's telling the one guy, I will eviscerate you in fiction. Let's do a Knight's Tale stream. Warrior and A Knight's Tale are two.
Ooh, that would be an interesting one.
Yes.
But
I know your secret. I know your love for Knight's Tale. And you know what? I actually it's a good movie. It's a fucking good movie. It really is. It's got a great soundtrack, and that's what they were going for. It's like, hey, we're not going to have this, we're going to get somebody in here to do a score. They're like, you know what? We're going to have some.
Well, just the opening scene with Queen, where they're they're doing they're selling mead at the jousts, and the guy's like, hot mead,
Well, I've actually when we first watched
Shannon Sossamon
years ago.
Yeah, I've always had a crush on Shannon Sossamon.
But we actually did run into some people over the years that tried to skewer the movie for historical inaccuracy, and we're like, did you not get the point?
Yeah,
did you not understand the point of what because they were like, what time does this even take place in? It doesn't matter.
It's not that kind of a movie. Supposed to be that.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
These are intentional choices.
Was that Neil deGrasse Tyson? That sounds like
it kind of does, right?
Contrary to popular belief, Queen actually did not exist in the medieval ages.
Right.
Yeah, no. He points out the obvious stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but when it comes to tomorrow, we're gonna have a busy day of just it's it's gonna be a busy day. And Ray, please, you're gonna have to resist because there's gonna be some people that are gonna just be fired.
Yeah. Why? I announced to everybody what my new policy is now. I've gone from blocking to muting.
Yeah,
and it really is. And it really is working. Mute. Oh no,
there's going to be a lot of discourse. There's going to be a lot of discourse. Yeah. We're gonna have to do our best to ignore that. I know it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult.
You are one step closer to the nirvana of just scrolling on. You know what's better than muting? Just scrolling on.
Well, and to be honest with you, I really don't. At least it shouldn't be. It should actually be easier tomorrow because we're getting a lot of stuff that I personally am looking forward to. I want to see what Black Adam looks like. I want to see what the Flash looks like. I'm not ready for this second Batman trailer. I'm not. I know I'm not.
I know.
That's
why I said in my video, I'm like, we're not ready for this. This is gonna be
right. So I feel like there's gonna be enough there that I'm gonna be like excited for, and like, you know, I know the people that I can talk to rationally about this on Twitter, and it's like I'm just stay in my lane, talk to you, deal with all of it, because you're right. It's gonna be noisy.
It's gonna be
a madhouse, too, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit of a madhouse, and we just got to ignore it like that. I mean, yeah, we're going to get accused for being this and accused for that. It's like, it's whatever, you know? And I know there's going to be an absence of Snyder stuff, and, you know, like, but at the same time, it's like, there's going to be like a little bit of representation of what he established that some of these guys are using now. That's the thing.
That's the thing.
Yes.
Right? That's the thing. His characters, his legacy,
his foundation.
They're living on.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Question before we go.
Yeah.
DC fandom number 1 or number 2? Do you think this year is going to be better than year 1?
It's going to be difficult, like I said, just from the point that I said. It's like, you know, with the first Snyder cut trailer, that's something. But at the same time,
I know,
I'm like,
it's iconic.
Yeah, there's something about that. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, what are they going to bring when it comes to Black Adam, Flash?
Well, because they know that they have to top that.
Well, and I'll tell you the biggest thing that I'm looking for to see like how they navigate this. The biggest thing that impressed me last year with the first one, outside of what we were shown, was the format. Like how they did it, like for those 8 hours, like just making it this continuous thing. Like that's the thing I don't think they're going to be able to top, is like the way that they struck. Like one of my favorite things last year was that, what was it that it was like Conroy and I think it was Conroy and Lauren Lester, like they were watching Batman 66 as like Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson from the animated series.
Yeah.
Like that was like one of the best like in between panel things that they did last year.
That's pretty cool.
Right. So like that's the stuff I don't think they're going to be able to top, but we'll see what they do.
This year is shorter, right?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit shorter, like
so,
a couple hours. Like I think last year was it 6 hours?
I thought it was. I thought last year was 8 hours.
Oh, was it 8?
It might have been. Yeah, I think it was. Because remember, it was 8 and then it repeated twice.
That's true.
Right,
yeah, for like international. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's all going to be in Hall H or whatever they call it, the Hall of Heroes, and it's just going to go one after another after another.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. That like last year they realized, like, I mean, I think maybe this year they were like, all right, let's not do the whole. We got this, you know, we have this map, and there's like that. Even though I thought that was kind of cool, but
I did too.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of cool. It's like you're at a theme park, and you're like, oh, which one am I going to go? Which one we're going to go to first? You know,
and they're also reacting to analytics from like who engaged with what. And so I'm sure they saw like, oh, the how to make a Batmobile video got 1% of the views of the Batman panel, so let's just focus on that kind of stuff more.
Yeah, I wonder how they're gonna do the DC TV stuff, like separate, like keep it separate from.
That's a good question.
They'll probably fit it in. Between the movies. Yeah.
But
I'm just wondering what they're going to start off first. It's going to be Black Adam. It's going to be Flash. It's not going to be Batman. Batman's going to be the fucking
what they're going to open with.
Yeah,
I doubt those are until the end.
They might open with Peacemaker.
Ooh.
They might open with that.
Which I'm like, all right, I'll give it a shot, but I'm not really.
I bet it opens with
right.
With
I'm not hyped for it. I'm not.
No.
I bet it opens with some of the TV stuff.
It might. Or someone like a Jim Lee
like
thing.
Stargirl. Because we're all into that.
Are we?
Hey, I like the first season. I haven't. I'm so
Hey,
behind.
it's not a bad show.
I hear
corny.
it's decent. It's decent, but
Yeah.
Hey,
I just never got into it.
It's definitely better than Flash and Legends.
Oh
well.
I stopped watching Flash after season 3, and I was like, all right, I'm checked out.
That's a very common sentiment. I'm still. I'm a good soldier. I'm still trudging through.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's like
up.
sticking to a run of comic books. It's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. But no, it has descended. I will say that it has totally descended from like the earlier seasons.
I haven't had the fortitude to make it through.
I actually do have. So, the Flash from CW, Grant Gustin.
Yeah.
So in 2 months, I'm going to be having him on.
No shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow. Look at you.
Yeah. Ask him if he's in the movie.
Yeah.
I am not the werewolf.
Yeah.
And then
I'm not going to confirm or nor deny.
Yeah, and then I just had Richard Citrone on it.
Yeah, Citrone's
great.
Dude.
Yeah, I talked to him.
He was the best guest I've ever had.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And how dare you say that after having me and Steven on your shit?
Wait, what?
I know you've had me and Steven as a guest, and it's like you said he's the best guest. How dare you, Ty?
Oh my God!
I'm kidding, Ty.
Steven, what was it you were about to say that you didn't have the fortitude to get through?
Oh, I was gonna hate watch Titans. And
Titans is good.
Steven.
Titans is so bad that I'm tempted to live stream a reaction criticism to it.
Steven, let's debate. Let's do a stream debate
about Titans. I want to be a part of that, but then I'd be on Steven's
my frustration with Titans is
no spoilers.
It's so bad.
No spoilers.
That the level of criticism I have to devolve to is like contrary to my preference of the way I talk about entertainment.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I was so hopeful for Titans, and then when it just I was doing like weekly like reviews, and then I forget. I just kind of put it on the back burner. I was like to the point where I'm like I'm not even like excited about it.
It really seems like this season of it has been incredibly polarizing because as much I've heard people talk about it the way you guys do, and I've seen people
wait until it ends, and the people that are defending it are going to, I mean, guys, depending on how the ending goes, because they're all. I was
about to say, have you seen the ending already?
Well, I was gonna say because I've got a feeling that based on the last 2 seasons, there's people are going to hang in there until the end, and at that point is when they're going to be like, oh, okay.
But they're still in the O2 count as far as season finales. They're still in that O2 for me.
Yeah.
They're still in that
I've
O2
seen.
count.
I've seen. Episode 12. They haven't given me the finale yet, and I've seen Doom Patrol, the first, whatever.
God, I gotta
6 episodes.
I forgot that started too. Jeez.
Yeah. And I will say this: Titans, they have a bad track record with finales.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
And if this season's finale is bad, I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I don't.
Yeah.
But Steve, I would love to have you on and talk about Titans. Maybe you could shed some light on what you don't like about it.
Maybe. I mean, my thing is like while I'm like mocking it now, I don't want to be too mean just because I recognize that people like it, and so like my goal it wouldn't be to. I don't want to like convince anybody to dislike it. And so anything oriented, like I'd be happy to talk about it, but I don't want to have anything that's like, ruining something that people
we can just talk about it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
All right.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Be a cool little
Dave, you're invited too.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I'll just be like the guy, like,
And Ray.
yeah, what Steven said, and then I'm like, oh, good point, Ty.
I'll have to watch it first, Ty, but yes.
Ray, I don't think I've ever had you on, so you're more than welcome.
Cool,
all
thank
right.
you.
William wanted a clarification for his question.
Ooh.
Thank you for the super chat. He said, if a new DC president is named, is it fair to saddle them with someone else's decisions?
Yeah, that's just how that's what happens.
Yeah, that's you assume. I mean,
like
and
basically,
again, back to sports, it's the same deal. You assume whatever problems or headaches or projects in development that the previous regime
almost
started.
everything Hamada has released has been someone else's decision.
Yeah, I know, but you also have the opportunity to rip the saddle off and put your own on.
Oh, sure, but you also, especially because it would be happening in the face of a merger, that there. I mean, it's the way this stuff happens. Look at Ben Affleck with Batman, or Ryan Johnson with his with his Star Wars movies, that the vaporware movies. The way these things always happen is not like nobody comes in and like, especially in Hollywood, kicks down the door and is like, I'm canceling everything. What happens is they just stop talking about it, and then if someone asks, they're just like, oh, we're really happy to work with, that we have not canceled that, it's whatever, and then it just never happens,
right?
And like Affleck would just like not comment on Batman forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and there was rumors and it was whatever, but it was just like when asked, it was like, oh yeah, we're still just gotta find the right script, and he was saying that stuff almost a year after he had like officially stepped down. Or Ryan Johnson, if you ask him, he'll be like, oh yeah, we're still working on something, and I don't doubt that he'll eventually maybe do something else in the Star Wars universe. But like,
he might,
whatever his Star Wars movies were that were the trilogy, I think, that they gave him, is like, no, that's not an active development. But it looks bad for them to say like, oh, we pulled the plug on that. Maybe they didn't officially pull the plug. It's just like deep. It's just like on the back burner to the point where like, it's like, hey, if you ever get passionate about that, we'll start to move forward. But like, nobody's got their foot on the gas with that stuff. And so anything, if they do come on, and that's why I said anything that's actively in the works, they're not going to stop it. A, they've already invested money in it. B, there's PR to worry about. But stuff that's like that Blackhawks, New Gods, or Nightwing, like all of that stuff that's just kind of been on the fringes and never like officially confirmed, that's all subject to change, because or even something like Blue Beetle could just like take forever to manifest, but it's not like nobody has interest in doing this stuff.
Well, that at least has a director and a lead at this point. So
can I know we've been trying to end this for a while, but
no, it's fine. Go for it.
My feeling is this: why are we starting to branch into all these projects without a concrete foundation? Like, we don't even know who our Justice League is. Why are we doing Blue Beetle? Why are we doing Canary, like Black Canary? Why are we doing all these things when fans don't even know if Henry Cavill is Superman yet?
Well, because you can't back your way into a shared universe. I mean, like look at like the first Iron Man movie or something, and that didn't exist in a context where people knew to evaluate it from that perspective. But imagine if like the MCU or something equivalent to it already existed at the point, to the point where people would say like, what you have to do is solo movies first, or build the Avengers, and then you can branch out and do the Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever. And the idea of starting the cornerstone of the Avengers universe with Iron Man, right, is something that like to anyone who was like hardcore fans of the comics would be like, that's not like, I don't know, like it would be how are you even going to build a shared Marvel universe without the X-Men? Or they'd say, what you really got to start off with,
or the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first family. How dare you? And so this all, once it comes out, maybe we could say like, this movie doesn't make sense. But if it's a good story and it makes sense, then like, well, no, after the fact, sure. But I think a lot of we prejudge too many things in a backwards context of like how well does this fit this hypothetical puzzle in my head of what they're trying to build in the future, as opposed to doing it piece and piece at a time as they feed it.
And I think it's also important to remember that it is a hypothetical puzzle because there is nothing that we have been told whatsoever in an official sense to say that continuity is even on the radar with respect to any of this stuff.
Or even look at and I guess there maybe even on this panel there might be some disagreement on this, so I don't know. But even look at something like BVS and the like, oh, that shouldn't have been the second movie. I think it makes perfect sense because it's a sequel to Man of Steel. Batman is a very logical.
I agree.
Introduce him early in Superman's story because otherwise there's questions of like, wait, so what were you doing? This, there's all this stuff that I think makes a ton of sense. But that was subject to the same criticism of how dare you introduce Batman before you. The problem was there was no Batman solo movie. And
also that they killed Superman too soon.
Yeah,
right.
But BVS was being told through Batman's eyes.
Right, exactly. But we didn't. That this is all a lot easier to understand. Like we're looking backwards at what they already established, whereas looking forwards at like why is this the second movie? Well, until they deliver it and we know, like the movie's job is to say like this is why we did. Because that's why, like the whole nobody asked for this is so. It's like, well, no, somebody asked for it. Like the director or the writer asked for it, and so now their job is to one day say, this is why I wanted to tell you this story, and for us to be like, oh, awesome.
So that's what we hope that Soto, and that's what we hope he's gonna tell us with Blue Beetle. That's what we hope that
Joker is a great example of how could you. It's like look at the discourse of that movie and not just about the political discourse around it, but the whole, there doesn't need to be a Joker doesn't have an origin story. That's the whole point, all of that stuff, until finally the movie comes out and people are like, oh,
whoa, that's interesting.
I get it now. And I'm not saying that as someone I'm not saying that it's like a hardcore Blue Beetle fan. I'm just saying that as someone who like we've been through this rodeo kind of enough times to be like, oh, it's so easy to prejudge this stuff when it was not we are not the ones with the creative spark that said, this is a story I need to tell.
Right.
And so I'm just hoping or relying on the creators to have, it's not like they hopefully didn't just throw a dart at the board and it landed on Blue Beetle. I'm hoping that someone said, I love this character. I have this story I want to tell. And they said like, well, it's not on the calendar, but we'll try to, we want you to like that. That would be the hypothetical,
Ty, I would also offer this from another perspective. In terms of because you specifically were like, fans don't even know what our Justice League is, and we're seeing all these other movies. I will offer this perspective. Consider that three of them for certain are in movies that are either coming out next year or after, with the Flash, Batman, who's going to be in that movie, and may also be in the Batgirl film, and Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. So half of the league is still there, and you got to figure Wonder Woman, the third Wonder Woman film, is still that's still going to happen. So that's now 4 out of 6 members. They won't. So really, it just boils down to, okay, what's the deal with Cavill? And will anything ever happen again with the Cyborg character, whether it's Ray Fisher or somebody else? That's really it. But as far as the bulk of the Justice League, no one's been replaced. And there's really nothing. I think a lot of time, and I've seen this a lot, like in the last week, people asking that question, like, what is our Justice League? And it's like, well, guys, they've never officially said that the Justice League that has been established is gone. They just haven't said definitively, other than those 4, they haven't said definitively when you're going to see them all on screen again together. But 4 of them are in movies, in productions that we're going to see in the next couple of years. And then we just have to figure out see what they decide on the other 2.
Also, go ahead.
I just don't like, I've been hearing rumors about, how the Flash is going to revisit.
We've heard that.
Yeah, revisit old stuff, and then subsequently, start a new Justice League.
Well, I think those are 2 different rumors that are kind of being conflated, because I think and maybe that is what it is, but I don't think that the revisiting
Multiverse.
and starting a new Justice League is
Multiverse.
inherently the same thing. I don't think that means it's going to start a new Justice League comprised of multiverse characters. It just means it's going to visit alternate universes, and
just like What If did.
Throughout the course of it, it's going to establish a new Justice League. But based on some of the stuff they're doing, like the like we've been mentioning, the J.K. Simmons coming back and Affleck coming back, and it feels so. And I realize, I know everyone is like, oh, WB is incompetent, so it's easy to like just assume the dumbest decision possible and then say, well, that's what they're going to do. But if you look at the moves they've been making, it's very contrary to what it feels like, at least what they want, to assume that they're going to like bail on the established stuff. And maybe it's possible they don't have it worked out yet. Maybe Affleck, they're trying to like I said with Batgirl, who's going to be Batman, they might not know yet. Maybe Affleck won't sign or agree to anything new until after he sees the reactions to the Flash, or
Absolutely.
who knows. But I do think that
that's a whole year away.
Yeah, that might be a little bit extreme.
I was like, wait a minute, that's November of next year. I'm like, I don't know about.
But I was also going to say, and I said the Henry Cavill thing earlier, so I don't mean to be like giving everyone like false hope or anything, but something I've been thinking about a lot recently in conjunction with that whole like, I think that it's at the point where WB would be smartest, and I think they, based on their other decisions, I think that they probably agree with this if they haven't done it already. It's time to just open that checkbook for Cavill, for so many reasons. I mean, he's the anchor that this universe is lacking. If they bring him back immediately, and it would be warm, nobody would be mad about them bringing back Cavill.
And look at all the,
it would be universally praised.
All the studio demand, like every studio wants him.
Yeah, exactly.
And Warner Brothers
get him before the MCU locks him down.
I mean, even the only angle that I could think, well, I don't look at the rest of his schedule. Does he have time for the MCU? I don't know.
Exactly. Well,
but
he'll make time if
even the only angle that I could think of for anybody to be upset with Cavill coming back, I still don't think will. And that is, I was thinking like, okay, well, what if they actually do one of the Black Superman projects that they're talking about? But nobody really cares about though. I mean, not nobody, but like largely people are like,
well, I think the Michael B. Jordan Val Zod one would be great,
but it would be a show. But it would be a show. It would be a series. Like his idea was a series on HBO Max, which okay, cool, do that separately.
Cool. But the race bending of Clark Kent, I'm like,
oh, the Clark Kent thing,
no,
right.
No,
but even in trying to think of, well, maybe that would be a reason people wouldn't want Cavill come back. No, most of them don't even know about the Calvin Ellis or the Black Kent idea, so it doesn't matter. So it's just
But I was going to say the leapfrogging on that a little bit. And this one's a little more sketchy, but this is just kind of the way I've been thinking about this recently. Is we were talking about Cyborg, and Ray Fisher is really the biggest question mark and kind of sticking point on like a lot of things with this franchise. But I think that there is a possibility that you can just ignore Cyborg, maybe just drop him and not deal with him, or at least for a long time. But I don't think they can get away with recasting Cyborg for
probably not.
And there will be pressure to have a Cyborg movie or Cyborg appearances, and just having him completely absent long term will be difficult. And also Ray has given them a not so much an ultimatum, even so much as just like he's given them a really easy out. Of all Walter Hamada has to do is say, I apologize for the experience people had with this thing that I wasn't even involved in, right? Like his sin in this entire situation is the way he dealt with the fallout of a situation he didn't create. And I understand on a corporate level why they've been like resistant to that, or why they don't want to appease, like they don't want to meet someone's demands. Like I'm not saying I agree with it, but I understand the corporate think of like we can't show weakness or whatever, but in the same way that like I think they're finally ready to acknowledge that like they need to just pay Cavill and bring him back as Superman, I think that there is a fork in the road with or a bottleneck, maybe the opposite of a fork in the road, but there is a point of no impasse where you can't just ignore Cyborg forever, and they will get eviscerated. I'm not saying by fans. I'm saying like the mainstream will rip them apart for recasting Cyborg, when the alternative was to say I'm sorry to a black man who had a bad experience on the set of a movie.
If you want the general audience to know more about the situation, do that.
Yeah.
And then they'll all hate you.
Oh yeah. I mean, it will backfire. Like it, and like I said, it's not like he has walked away from the role to the point where like they can just move on, where he's sitting there saying, I would love to play the role. I would love to be involved in this universe. But I can't do it unless I get an apology. That's a really low bar. Like, and like nobody's going to think less of Hamada I mean, if anything, it's a PR win for them to apologize. And maybe, I'm sure like some of the like fan base might try to stop them from spinning it into a positive, but I mean, they've got they know how to work the press with that, do an interview where they just say like, you know what, historically there's been some problems, but the industry's been changing and we want to be a part of that positive change. And we know that, this is a wrong that we have to right, and make a deal of it and pat yourself on the back over whatever. And I think that Ray is smart enough to know that like let them get off easy with the, I mean, so long as it's a real apology, but like you don't need to like hold their feet to the fire on like, how dare you pat yourself on the back over this or anything, because you win. When you win, and you just take it. And him returning to the role with them having publicly made a gesture to meet his demands is as big of a flex as he's gonna get. If he's like, the biggest win he could possibly have is suiting back up as Cyborg without like if he's going to win his argument of accountability over entertainment, that means he gets an apology and he returns as Cyborg, and Ray Fisher is the winner. It's good for Ray, it's good for Warner Brothers, and the alternative is like, you either never use Cyborg again, which gets worse and worse the longer you go without using him, or you recast him, which is a nightmare. So this is not to say like I think that we're gonna hear about it at Fandome or something like that at all by any stretch.
No.
There's a lot of work to do to get to that point. But they're
looking at post-merger at the earliest for that.
Yeah, well, and also the merger also provides great, like if they're really so concerned about like taking responsibility for what happened by apologizing or whatever, the merger is a great opportunity to just say, look, new blood, we want to mend fences, or whatever the phrase is, so we want to put out a gesture to everyone involved in this investigation. We apologize and we want to do better. And then, that's going to get good headlines and it's going to resolve Ray's going to stop like tweeting like Walter Hamada owes me an apology every few weeks or whatever. Like it's smart all around. And so whether or not that happens, we'll see. But especially given the fact, like, it'd be one thing if they just rebooted the whole universe, sure, then you can recast Cyborg, because why? But like if you're bringing back Cavill, you're bringing back whatever. I guess that's
the big thing about the Flash is like everybody but maybe, it's like we're talking about possibly everybody showing up. Maybe,
they can't escape. Like there's no escape, and so we'll see where it goes, but all roads seem to lead to them coming to it's either going to hurt them in a much bigger way than it ever has, or they will fix it. And I would hope that they're smart enough to fix it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But that's a part of why I don't, and that's just a matter of time. Like there's no tweeting or whatever that's going to make that happen faster. That's just
nope. It's a discovery thing.
It's a bridge they have to cross, and I don't need to get, we don't need to work on getting them there anytime sooner or later. It's just they're headed towards it, and we'll see what they do when they get there. But they can't not cross that bridge.
No, that's the thing. Yeah, it's going to be a difficult process to So like you said, it's like it's either do that or reboot the entire fucking thing. But who knows what's going on? Like I said, Batgirl directors teasing a Batman, and you almost go, well, if J.K. Simmons is coming back, maybe Batfleck has a little bit more,
and the cowl picture.
Yeah, it's all crazy,
right? So
it's all crazy. All right, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up because we got a big day tomorrow, folks. A lot of us are going to be talking about a lot of things. We'll be on social media. I'll be on my channel for most of the day, and Ty will be doing his thing. I'm sure all of us will be doing our things. And then, of course, we'll be meeting at a round table for Real Anarchy, Stephen and I, of course. And so look forward to that. But let's go around the horn. Go ahead, Stephen. Promote yourself. Plug.
Yeah. I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me on Twitter at smcolbert. You can find my writing at screenrant.com and snyderminute.com for all of that stuff. And weekly overture about stuff in the can that's coming out eventually. We're getting slowly creeping back towards a return to regular releases on that. So fingers crossed that rest of October and November are not as crazy as August and September were.
Go ahead, Ray.
At the Flightcast on Twitter, my blog and my weekly podcast can be found at theflightcast.com or wherever podcasts are found. It's usually Saturdays, but obviously because of Fandome, this week's episode will be Sunday because I have to wait for the event to happen before I can talk about what happens.
Good idea.
And of course, I'm also with Scott and Tim and the others at Squadcast Media, co-hosting Fans Without Borders. We most recently talked about, we had a review of Venom, Let There Be Carnage, which Brent liked it a lot more than I thought he was going to. So it actually was a pretty solid discussion that we had on that. But yep. So
I like it.
Indeed.
I like it. All right, Ty, go ahead.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for having me on tonight, guys. You guys are, you guys are the reason that I do this. I've always looked up to you, but in the future, tomorrow we're going to be doing DC Fandom all day coverage. All of our hosts, we're going to be switching out, so doing an hour. And then an hour, and then an hour. And it's going to be really fun. And hopefully we have some faces stop by. Also, me, the Sci-Fi Center, and Austin are going to be doing this thing called What If Pop Culture Corner ran DC? So like, what if we were taking over instead of Discovery? And it's going to be like, we're going to each present intricate plans on how we would fix the DCEU. It's going to be a 4-part miniseries, and it's going to be so much fun. So shout out to Sci-Fi Center, shout out to Little Big City Studios, and of course, Pop Culture Corner. Dave, you are the absolute man. You can follow us on Twitter with the linky down there.
There it is. And, Sci-Fi Center is Mr. William Powell, who, of course, submitted the video tonight. And love William. I've actually met him in person. Great guy. And I've actually been to the Sci-Fi Center.
Yeah,
too.
I've been meaning to go.
Yeah, it's in Vegas, man. It's right there. And
if I go, will you go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like 3.5 hours out of Vegas, so I'm good.
All right.
Yeah. We could plan
All
something.
right.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, anyways, guys, smash that like, thumbs up before you leave. Make sure you subscribe. Hit the join if you want to become a member. Do all that stuff. Patreon's down there. Merchandise is down there. And like I said, tomorrow, exciting day.
DC Fandome.
Yeah, I'll be doing, of course, 9:30 Pacific Standard Time, the half hour before it starts. I'll do a little pre-game show where I'll be sucking down a lot of coffee, of course. because of.
I think we all will be.
Yes. To be doing that, and then of course doing all kinds of reactions and everything. And thank you to the panel for showing up. You guys are awesome. Thank you to who else showed up tonight. Thank you to Ben. Thank you to ACS also for showing up. Appreciate that. And yeah, we'll talk to you guys later.